man, Earth's only creature who studies and practices the science and arts of war. The realities of war began when prehistoric man first launched aggressive attacks against others of his own kind. Man has fought his wars of aggression, conquest, and defense from the misty reaches of time, from the feuds between small tribal groups of the Dawn people, down through the ages to the clash of mighty armies. The history of war parallels the history of the human race. It is estimated that since 3600 BC, some 14,500 wars, great and small, have been fought. Throughout more than 5,000 years, man has known fewer than 300 years of peace. Instead, a succession of wars of conquest for new lands and treasure. Wars to build empires and exploit vassal peoples, to capture trade and commerce. Wars of suppression and wars of rebellion. Wars between opposing political and economic ideologies. Through all this immeasurable history of strife, struggle, and carnage, there shines forth a great light. Man's innate love and longing for peace and freedom. The ideal of freedom has always caused men to defend themselves and their way of life against the aggressor. If they were weak, they went down before the power of the aggressor in the battle for survival. We find this grim reality throughout history. We are facing it again in our time. One of the greatest deterring forces which gives the aggressor pause is the combined military strength of the United States. The modern United States Army is a potent part of that military establishment. Strong, ready, alert. It has not always been so. The history of the Army's buildup during the past 50 years, from weakness to a strong, modern fighting force, is an epic story. The story of a mighty armed force, organized and maintained, not for conquest, but for the defense, not only of this nation, but of the entire free world, and dedicated to win the ultimate victory. Nothing like it has occurred in all the history of man. For more than a century, the United States was more or less isolated from large-scale participation in major European and Asian wars by the vast oceans to the east and west of us. Most Americans thought the Atlantic and the Pacific were our protection. We had a new and rich continent to develop, a mighty nation to build. We did not wish to become embroiled in the quarrels of remote and alien peoples. We wished to prosper in peace. The Spanish-American War saw the United States emerge as a world power, but we still took great comfort in our relative isolation. And our complacency grew until a leading role in world affairs, for which we were ill prepared, was suddenly thrust upon us, against our will and desires. It actually began in 1914.
In Germany, Kaiser Wilhelm and his Prussian militarists had built up a massive army as an instrument of conquest to expand the German Empire. In 1914, Europe, and more specifically the Balkans, were a powder keg with a short fuse, awaiting the spark. The fuse was ignited on June 28th of that fateful year. During a visit to Sarajevo, the Archduke Ferdinand of Austria and his wife were assassinated by Serbian nationalists. Later, Austria declared war on Serbia. Serbia appealed to her ally, Russia. Russia ordered full mobilization. Germany did likewise. On the 1st of August, German troops moved on France, sending a 12-hour ultimatum to Belgium. England, having guaranteed Belgium's independence, honored her commitment. World War I was on. By the 5th of September 1914, the swift German advance threatened Paris. Thousands of French reinforcements were rushed to the front. Even the taxicabs of Paris were used in a desperate effort to stem the tide. To most typically complacent Americans, it was just another of Europe's interminable quarrels, something we read about in the newspapers. Our official position, strict neutrality, a policy proclaimed by President Woodrow Wilson. The entire United States Army consisted of less than 100,000 officers and enlisted men. No single unit was larger than a regiment. While America's total active military establishment was less than 170,000 men, millions were mobilized and fighting in Europe. Retired Army Chief of Staff General Leonard Wood said, "I believe our state of unpreparedness to be more dangerous than ever in history, except perhaps during the darkest moments of the Civil War." A few other professional soldiers read the signs of danger which could jeopardize their nation's safety. They were dedicated men, little known to the American public. Generals Hugh Scott, Tasker Bliss, and Peyton March, who served successively as Army Chiefs of Staff from 1914 through our participation in World War I. So strong was the nation's sense of neutrality that President Wilson thought such planning violated the spirit of our neutrality. General Tasker Bliss finally convinced the president that it was a routine staff function, a precautionary defense measure. Meanwhile, Europe's agony continued. By the end of 1915, the Allies had suffered 1.5 million casualties. During the first 3 years of the war, great and historic battles were fought. The First Battle of the Marne, on the Eastern Front, the Battle of Tannenberg, where the Russians suffered a disastrous defeat from which they would never fully recover. Soon, the Western Front was confined largely to trench warfare. Here, the machine gun came into its own as a defense weapon of great firepower. The fighting at Verdun raged on from July through November. There was the Somme, bloody and indecisive battles. On land, a massive stalemate. At sea, German submarines took a heavy toll of Allied shipping to choke off food and other vital supplies bound for England and France. Unrestricted submarine warfare slowly pushed the United States toward war. The liner Lusitania was torpedoed. 1,200 civilians lost their lives, 139 of them Americans. The United States government made strong protests. The Germans agreed to restrict submarine activities. The agreement was not kept. Within months, unrestricted U-boat warfare was resumed. President Wilson ordered diplomatic relations severed. Anti-German sentiment flamed high when it was discovered that Germany's foreign minister, Zimmermann, had made a secret proposal to Mexico, that Mexico declare war on the United States and help persuade Japan to do likewise. As a reward, Mexico would be given a fat slice of the United States. Arizona, Texas, and New Mexico. So sure was Germany of winning the war. The German warlords were convinced that America had neither the disposition nor the capability to wage war effectively. Our military weakness gave comfort to the aggressor. But on April 6, 1917, President Wilson asked the Congress for a declaration of war. His message reflected the feeling of the nation when he said, "We have no selfish ends to serve. We desire no conquest, no dominion. We enter this war only where we are clearly forced into it, because there are no other means of defending our rights." We had an army of only 200,000 men. 65,000 were National Guardsmen commanded by General John J. Pershing, pursuing Pancho Villa, who had been raiding our towns along the Mexican border. For the European war, we would need to raise an army of 4 million men, and quickly. For the second time in the nation's history, manpower was drafted. Those millions had to be housed, fed, clothed, trained, armed and equipped, and transported. A seemingly insurmountable task faced fewer than 9,000 regular Army officers and an equally small hard corps of non-commissioned officers. But they met the challenge and molded raw citizen soldiers into a fighting force that was to win the victory. Such a massive military operation required all-out support by American industry. Industry's response was magnificent. We transported overseas more than 2 million United States troops. And nearly 8 million tons of war materiel through submarine-infested waters without the loss of a single transport. The United States Navy was on the job. The words of a popular song of the day seem just right. We're coming over, and we won't come back till it's over there. It was a brave song to ease the grim realities, but it promised the victory. In 1917, Tsarist Russia collapsed. This enabled Germany to transfer a large part of her fighting forces from the eastern to the western front for large-scale offensive drives that carried them to within 37 miles of Paris. To stop the massive German offensive, General Pershing sent the United States 3rd Division to Chateau-Thierry. The 2nd Division was rushed up to the line on the west to hold the road that led from Chateau-Thierry to Paris. For 3 days, the Germans threw all they had against the Americans, but the American line held. Despite what the German soldier had been told, he soon discovered that the American soldier was a tough fighting man to be reckoned with. The first major all-American offensive began on the 12th of September, 1918. To reduce one of 3 big salients on the western front at San Miguel on the Meuse River. The American American First Army was assigned the task of removing the bulge in the Allied line. More than 500,000 American soldiers were massed for the attack. The big push called for all-out air support, the greatest concentration of air power yet seen in warfare. More than 1,400 aircraft. "3,000 pieces of artillery blasted the enemy. In 2 days, the salient was smashed. "15,000 prisoners taken. More than 250 pieces of artillery captured. The Americans moved on swiftly into the Meuse-Argonne area to pound the German forces already weakened by massive casualties and lack of supplies. Now 4,000 guns blasted the enemy day and night. More than 800 Allied planes went into action, some 600 of them piloted by Americans. During the Allies' power drive, those first primitive tanks proved mobile armor would play an essential part in any future warfare. The Meuse-Argonne offensive, begun on the 26th of September 1918, was one of the last great offensive actions of the war. By the 7th of November, American troops had driven through 3 major German defense lines. The Kaiser's legions fought on stubborn, but their supply lines broke down, and they were unable to replace mounting casualties. At 11 o'clock on the morning of November 11, 1918, the firing in World War I ceased. The war to end all wars was over. The American citizen soldier had fought in the proudest tradition of his nation's military history. The leadership of General John J. Pershing established an inspiring high standard for future commanders to follow. World War I was an invaluable training ground for a small group of young American Army officers who, a quarter of a century later, were to become famous military leaders in the greatest of all wars. They gained experience which would serve them and their nation well in years to come. But in 1918, they too welcomed the armistice and returned home with their battle-weary troops. Peace would reign for a time. But 2 great soldiers sounded a warning of things to come which few heeded. General Tasker Bliss predicted that war would come again within 30 years. Marshal Foch said, "This is not peace. It is an armistice for a 20-year period." They were prophets of remarkable insight. But we stacked our arms, and under the provisions of the Washington Disarmament Conference, sank some of our warships. the American people relaxed, pursuing the arts and pleasures of peace. Our large wartime army had disintegrated. It became a memory. The citizen soldier had returned to his plow, his factory, his business, his profession. Again, it was business as usual. Our troops engaged in peacetime garrison duties and an occasional training exercise. The United States Military Academy at West Point, from whose gray walls and plain have come a host of men who have made monumental contributions not only in war, but in the pursuits of peace, was just another educational institution in the public mind, whose football team evoked the principal interest. Yes, it was a time of peace. The military was not important in the general scheme of things. The nation fell back into its old ways of blessed isolation and complacency. We pursued fun instead. Those were the days of prohibition. Speakeasies and bootleggers did a thriving business. There were those who sought relief from the backwash of the recent Great War. There was the marathon dance craze. It was a strange sort of endurance contest, a phenomenon of the times. While in faraway Germany, there was a shabby little man who had been a corporal in the German army. In his brooding, twisted mind was a hate and a growing satanic obsession. He dreamed of many strange things, but there was one thing he never dreamed of, that one day he would be the underlying cause of activating the mightiest United States Army in history.
You have just seen the introduction to a special documentary series of big pictures, presenting highlights of the history of the United States Army from World War I to the Cold War years of the 1960s, portraying the far-reaching events during 50 years which carried a nation from isolationist complacency to immense global responsibilities and commitments in the struggle to defend its own good way of life and that of the rest of the free world as well. Only a strong, modern United States Army, with the capability and the will to fight and win the final victory, can fulfill its role in meeting those great responsibilities and commitments in the preservation of those freedoms to which we, as our forefathers before us, have pledged our lives and our fortunes. Aggressive men bent upon conquest have always overwhelmed the weaker peoples they would conquer, plunder, and enslave by their superior strength and force of arms. Yet the defender's will to fight has always given the aggressor pause. Time and again, the will to resist, together with equal or superior weapons, has driven the aggressor back, has vanquished him. The answer to the sword and spear, to the primitive bow and arrow, was the deadly English longbow. Just as the advent of gunpowder and the first primitive firearms sounded a thunderous end to the era of the longbow. The machine gun came into its own as a weapon of deadly firepower in World War I. That same war saw two other new and potent weapons make their first appearance in combat. The tank, first designed to break the stalemate of trench warfare. And the airplane that carried the war into the air, and through bombing and strafing, created confusion behind enemy lines. The plane was to revolutionize warfare, and in so doing, change the world and the lives of men.
Less than 2 years after World War I, the war to end all wars, Poland, backed by France, attacked Soviet Russia and tiny Lithuania to reclaim ancient boundaries. Romania invaded Hungary and occupied Budapest. Czechoslovakia clashed with Poland in a border dispute. Belgium and France, over British protests, occupied the German Ruhr. A far-flung series of seemingly unrelated events was beginning to weave a web that eventually would enmesh nearly all mankind. There was inner turmoil in Italy. Post-war discontent had turned that country into a political tinderbox, beset with strikes and economic unrest. A new party was on the verge of acquiring power. They called themselves fascisti. Benito Mussolini, an ex-newspaper editor, was their leader. As far as most Americans were concerned, those small wars and foreign political turmoils were far from our ocean-guarded shores, remote from the American way of life, something to read about in the newspapers. The old maxim, the price of freedom and peace is eternal vigilance, was forgotten in the Roaring '20s. During the years immediately following World War I, the chauvinistic Prussian mind, stunned and humiliated by defeat, began planning for the next war. The German militarists planned exceedingly well. They would become masters of the blitzkrieg, lightning war. All they awaited was a political leader and the coming of the next war. The bombastic newspaper editor with a gladiator's jaw led his black-shirted legions in a march on Rome, a bold fascist thrust for power. Benito Mussolini was a flamboyant reincarnation of the Caesar god image. He made good copy for the international press. He ordered large doses of castor oil forced down the throats of those who disagreed with him. Adolf Hitler, a maniac of ferocious genius, as Winston Churchill was later to describe him, led a beer hall putsch in Munich and was thrown in jail. While in prison, he wrote a book, Mein Kampf, which told the world exactly what he planned to do. Adolf Hitler was merely a rabble-rousing part of the political turmoil in Germany that we read about in the newspapers. September 1931, an explosion on the Japanese-operated South Manchurian Railroad resulted in the invasion and occupation of Manchuria by a Japanese army. It was a faraway Asian event that we read about in the newspapers. January 1932, Japan invaded the international settlement at Shanghai. January 1933, Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany, sharing power with the aging President von Hindenburg. August 1934, President von Hindenburg died. Hitler became absolute ruler of Germany. Now he could do what he had spelled out in Mein Kampf for all to see. In substance, it was, today Germany, tomorrow the world. 1935. Mussolini's fascist army invaded and conquered Ethiopia in 7 months, using the weapons of modern warfare against the people who still fought with spears and primitive firearms. March 1936, Hitler, in defiance of the Versailles Treaty, which only 17 years earlier had ended World War I, sent troops to occupy the Rhineland. Amazingly, the French did not resist. Ironically, the German troops had secret orders to withdraw if the French army did resist. July 1936. The Spanish Civil War became a proving ground for Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, and Soviet Russia. They furnished men and weapons to the opposing factions. October 1936, the Rome-Berlin Axis was formed, an unholy alliance of aggressors consolidating their forces for greater conquests. December 1937, the Japanese invaders of China bombarded and sank the United States gunboat Panay, on patrol in the Yangtze River. Secretary of State Cordell Hull protested angrily. Japanese Ambassador Saito replied,
"The Japanese government and people wish to express their profoundest regret to the American government and people on account of this deplorable incident."
The apology was accepted. World events were beginning to move with ever-increasing momentum toward a cataclysm of blood. The point of no return was fast approaching. While the aggressors were either building up their armed might and working toward war, or were actually at war, we Americans read all about it in our newspapers, heard all about it over our radios, watched the violence and the carnage in the newsreels, in the safety and comfort of our movie theaters. It was all so far away from the shores of our great protective oceans, the Atlantic on the east and the Pacific on the west. Besides, we had our own troubles. The United States was in the grip of a paralyzing depression. Millions were unemployed, on some form of relief. A great drought had destroyed hundreds of thousands of acres of farmlands on the Great Plains, creating an arid dust bowl. Thousands of families were impoverished, made homeless. It was a tragic time of domestic travail affecting millions of Americans. The federal government had taken emergency measures to meet the growing internal crisis. Among the many relief agencies it established was the Civilian Conservation Corps, the CCC. It provided work and training for unemployed young men in a program of conservation of the country's natural resources of timber, soil, and water, in reforestation and soil erosion control. The United States Army was given the responsibility of operating and administering 1,600 CCC camps with 300,000 enrollees throughout the continental United States, Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. Educational facilities were provided from elementary through high school, as well as college courses. Each camp was commanded by an officer, usually a captain with 2 lieutenants. One is adjutant, and the other is supply and mess officer. It was invaluable experience in leadership for Army officers. Military law and discipline did not apply to the CCC camps. To gain respect and authority, officers had to learn to rely on the personal characteristics of leadership. The President took a personal interest in the CCC program. More than 4,500 regular and reserve Army officers on active duty were engaged in this work during the years preceding our entry into World War II. While this goodly percentage of our officer corps was engaged in the peacetime pursuits of making democracy work at home, the officers in the aggressors' armies were being trained, conditioned, and blooded to combat toughness by the brutal war in Ethiopia. As military advisors and so-called volunteer participants in the viciously fought Spanish Civil War. At the same time, Japan's continuing war of conquest in China was honing her armed forces to razor-edge sharpness. While the aggressors were flexing their mighty muscles, our army could muster only 180,000 officers and enlisted men. The Navy had less than 114,000 men. The Marine Corps, 18,000. A total defense establishment of a little more than 300,000 men. The aggressor nations continued their march of conquest. In 1938, Nazi Germany seized Austria in a lightning-like coup. At a parley in Munich, in a desperate bid for peace, Britain, France, Italy, and Germany agreed to the dismemberment of democratic Czechoslovakia. Hitler got the spoils without firing a shot. "1938 was a year of triumph for the ever stronger and more belligerent aggressors. Drunk with power and bloodlust, the Nazis turned upon a large segment of their own German citizens, perpetrating their greatest abomination. German Jews were herded into concentration camps. A mass fine of $400 million was imposed, holding them collectively responsible for the assassination of one German diplomat. The concentration camps were a brutal prelude to a ghastly program of mass extermination. Now the greatest of the aggressors had brazenly come forth in full view of the world to reveal not only his evil purpose and design, but the abysmal depths of his ruthless character as well. British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain returned from Munich.
This morning, I had another talk with the German Chancellor, Herr Hitler. And here is the paper which bears his name upon it as well as mine. We regard the agreement signed last night and the Anglo-German naval agreement as symbolic of the desire of our two peoples never to go to war with one another again.
At Munich, Britain believed she had gained peace in our time. France sat behind her Maginot Line, confident of its impregnability. It was a labyrinth of fortifications, above and below ground, considered at the time the ultimate in military defense. Elaborate, impressive, but outmoded. Within hailing distance to the east of the Maginot Line was Hitler's Siegfried Line. Its structure was comparable to the defense line of its neighbor, sealing off Germany from France with a mass of steel, concrete, and manpower. Adolf Hitler toured the Siegfried Line. Now he was a powerful ruler, ready to set in motion his plans for conquest. The United States reacted feebly to the threatening Holocaust. While our military planners were considering defense measures which involved mobilization of the National Guard and the reserves for a total defense force of about 1 million men, actual regular Army strength was increased by only 5,300 men. The Navy added 5,400. And the Marine Corps, the combat-ready shock troops, increased their strength by a pitiful handful, 133 men. We were little better off than in 1917, and the flames of an even greater conflagration were already licking at our feet. We had yet to learn the lessons of history. The aggressors drew their own logical conclusions. The United States was an isolationist nation, a nation struggling to recover from the grip of a Great Depression. 19% of its workforce unemployed. A total defense force, Army, Navy, and Marines, of less than 320,000. It was the false and fatal economy of unpreparedness, the ages-old invitation to an aggressor. At the War Department, the War College, and the Command and General Staff School, our dedicated military planners studied the implications of the ominous events. For through those years of the gathering storm, United States military leaders remained alert to the defense and security of their country. They were not deaf to the triumphant shouts of the arrogant aggressors.
Frightening display of ruthless power and evil purpose by the Nazi, fascist, and Japanese militaristic bully boys. Time was running out fast for the free world. Human liberty was in deadly peril. You have just seen the second episode in a special documentary series of Big Pictures, presenting highlights of the history of the United States Army, from World War I to the years of the Cold War, a history which has been dictated by the far-reaching events which have carried this nation from isolationist complacency to immense global responsibilities and commitments in a titanic struggle to defend its own way of life and that of the rest of the free world as well. We know now that military weakness is an invitation for the aggressor to attack. And in the light of that great lesson, that we have finally had to learn the hard way at tragic cost in blood, lives, and resources, we have good cause to wonder if World War II, with all its carnage, would have happened if the free nations had remained militarily strong, if the armed forces of the United States had at that time been as strong and as ready as they are today. It is a good and significant question. Fire is a destroyer of lives and property and precious natural resources. War, when launched by a pyromaniac aggressor bent upon conquest and the subjugation of peoples, can be a still greater destroyer. War can destroy the freedom and liberties of free men if they are not sufficiently manned, armed, and equipped to halt the spreading flames and beat them out. Fire is used to fight fire. Backfiring is called. In war, armed force must be met by armed force. There is no other choice for free men who would remain free. personal property lost in a fire can be replaced, freedom and personal liberty, once crushed under the aggressor's ruthless heel, may never be regained. A modern military force is as vital to the safety of the nation as are modern fire departments for the protection of our towns and great cities. But we, as a peace-loving nation, have been slow to learn that lesson. To follow the admonition by George Washington in 1790 in his first annual address to Congress, "To be prepared for war," he said, "is one of the most effectual means of preserving peace." Soon after World War I and the demobilization of our armed forces, we quickly fell back into our old comfortable ways of isolation and complacency. Any lessons we might have learned from the war to end all wars, the war that was waged to make the world safe for democracy, were soon forgotten. As was the great truth that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. Even then, it was later than we knew or cared to admit.
1939, and the fires of war in China were still raging. Half a world away, Czechoslovakia, dismembered by the Munich Pact, fell to Hitler without a battle. Hitler demanded that Poland surrender the Baltic seaport of Danzig with its strategic corridor to the sea, a prize lost by Germany in 1920 at the signing of the Treaty of Versailles. Poland did not yield. In defiance of British and French warnings, the Nazis, after making a secret non-aggression pact with Russia, invaded Poland September 1st, 1939, with their smashing blitzkrieg tactics. The heroic Poles fought the invaders with a courage that was phenomenal, but futile against overwhelming odds. fiery curtain to Act One of World War II was raised. Britain and France declared war. The die was cast. Now British Prime Minister Chamberlain knew there would be no peace in our time. The United States proclaimed its neutrality, just as it had at the beginning of World War I. 3,000 miles of Atlantic Ocean, it seemed, were still an ample safeguard for the immediate defense of our nation. In a cynical agreement, Germany and Russia had partitioned conquered Poland. Soon, Russia attacked Little Finland. The valiant Finns fought the Russians to a standoff. In China, the two Asian giants continued their struggle to the death. With the rest of the world exploding into violent war, the New York World's Fair opened to throngs of peaceful and pleasure-loving Americans. The wars in Europe and Asia were still far away. We read about them in the newspapers and watched the unfolding events in our newsreels. Again, as at the beginning of World War I, we had proclaimed our traditional neutrality. Millions of Americans were more interested in Joe DiMaggio and the New York Yankees taking 4 straight from Cincinnati in the World Series than they were in the deadly games being played in Europe and Asia, where aggressors were out to take all. In the grim international game of war, the aggressor teams were pitching and running the bases in what then looked like a shutout. But the World Series in that big league had yet to be played. 3 years before, General Douglas MacArthur had retired from active duty to become military advisor to the Philippines. Dwight D. Eisenhower, then a field grade officer, was a member of MacArthur's staff. By coincidence, General George C. Marshall was appointed Chief of Staff the same day the Nazis invaded Poland. Omar N. Bradley was a member of the War Department's General Staff. Leslie J. McNair was Executive Officer in the Office of the Chief of Field Artillery. General Brigham Somervell was head of the Depression-born Works Progress Administration in New York City. It would be another year before General Henry Hap Arnold would become Deputy Chief of Staff of the Army Air Corps. Robert L. Eichelberger was still a colonel, commanding the 30th Infantry at the Presidio of San Francisco. George S. Patton, Jr., a colonel then, was post commander of Fort Myer in Virginia. Mark Clark was a member of the staff of the 3rd Division at Fort Lewis, Washington. General Walter Kruger commanded the 2nd Division at Fort Sam Houston, Texas. Courtney Hodges was then a colonel, assistant commandant of the infantry school at Fort Benning. Alexander M. Patch was serving as a lieutenant colonel on the infantry board at Fort Benning. Their commander-in-chief, the President of the United States, took the first step that was to make America the arsenal of democracy. In November 1939, Roosevelt signed a bill removing the Arms Embargo Act. Now we could supply the implements of war to England and France on a cash and carry basis. Full-scale Lend-Lease was still in the future, but our neutrality was starting to crack. The wheels of our industrial complex were beginning to turn. The slumbering, complacent giant among nations was awakening. Slowly, we began to increase our military manpower. The Army was authorized to recruit some 83,000 men. The Marine Corps, 10,000. The Navy, 42,000. But our combined military establishment was still less than 500,000 men. Hardly a token force in light of world events. Only a small handful of our forces was adequately equipped and partially trained for combat. In the spring of 1940, the Nazi war machine rolled into Denmark and into Norway. The gallant but small Norwegian army was forced to withdraw to last-ditch positions in the north. Holland was brutally crushed. In one deadly swoop, the Nazis overran Belgium, Luxembourg, and smashed across the French frontier. It was blitzkrieg, lightning war. The aggressors struck with massive air power. With armor, with mobile artillery. Strike fast, strike hard with overwhelming, ruthless force. Destroy entire cities, reduce them to ashes and rubble, along with the charred bones of their inferior civilian population. Show no mercy, destroy the will to fight, show them the hopelessness of resistance. Those were Hitler's orders. The British rushed in what combat-ready troops they had to try and help the French stem the German tidal wave that was sweeping the continent. In Britain, Winston Churchill, an indomitable man of the century, born of an English father and an American mother, took over the reins of government. In America, another great leader put before Congress and the nation the urgent need for defense.
These are ominous days, days whose swift and shocking developments force every neutral nation to look to its defenses in the light of new factors. The brutal force of modern offensive war has been loosed in all its horror. Surely the developments of the past few weeks have made it clear to all of our citizens that the possibility of attack on vital American zones ought to make it essential that we have the physical, the ready ability to meet those attacks and to prevent them from reaching their objectives. Our task is plain. The road we must take is clearly indicated. Our defenses must be
invulnerable, our security absolute.
The French army was fast disintegrating. British forces were saved from annihilation or capture by their miraculous evacuation at Dunkirk. Italy declared war against France and Britain. Paris, undefended, fell like a ripe plum into the Nazi basket of conquests. What remained of the French army retreated to Mediterranean ports for evacuation to North Africa, to live to fight another day and help win the victory. Hitler signed an armistice with France and became master of all Western Europe. He could now concentrate on the destruction of his greatest adversary, England. Only Britain, fighting for her life, and the Atlantic Ocean stood between the United States and what was then the most powerful conquering armed force the world had ever known. On the 1st of September 1940, in response to the growing peril, President Roosevelt called up 60,000 National Guardsmen from 26 states for 1 year's service. In the same month, for the third time in its history, Congress enacted a selective service bill. $16 million Americans registered for the draft. There were some who asked, why me? But the majority knew why. And despite any inner emotional conflicts, they responded in the same spirit as had their forefathers. They knew that the gutty men who made and preserved this nation never asked, why me? These were men who could look anyone in the eye and say, I'm proud to be an American and to serve my country in its time of need. From the cities, the towns, the villages, the farms, the plains and the mountains they came. Citizens from every walk of life, who would soon prove themselves to be soldiers in the finest traditions of the American fighting man. Within a year, our army grew to 1,500,000 men. It would continue to grow to a peak strength of 8 million. They had to be trained to combat hardness if they were to meet and destroy an enemy already toughened and blooded by combat. A new and mighty army was being forged along new lines to meet the challenge of improved enemy weapons, new tactics, new stratagems. At last, our top military leaders were being given the wherewithal to implement plans they had made for the defense of America under direction of George C. Marshall, Army Chief of Staff. General Leslie McNair was charged with directing the gigantic training program. General Somerville was appointed Assistant Chief of Staff in charge of supply. His was to be a superhuman task. Dwight D. Eisenhower was to have a meeting with destiny. General Hap Arnold, Deputy Chief of Staff of the Army Air Corps, stepped up the training of much-needed pilots. America was rising up out of the rut of her apathy. She was beginning to understand the hard fact that she was an integral part of the world, a world that suddenly had become one of violence and brutality, one in which America would have to fight to the death if she were to survive. While we were marshaling our resources, England was being given the bloodbath Hitler had promised. Britain's Royal Air Force fought night and day, taking a heavy toll of Nazi bombers, inspiring Winston Churchill's famous statement that never had so many owed so much to so few. Americans knew what would happen to the United States if Britain fell. Our response to the desperate plea for help came late, but not too late, in 1940.
It is the purpose of the nation to build now, with all possible speed, every machine and arsenal and factory that we need to manufacture our defense material. We have the men, the skill, the wealth, and above all, the will. We must be the great arsenal of democracy.
In North Africa, British forces were fighting an Italian drive upon Egypt. Nazi and fascist troops smashed into the Balkans, into Greece. The Greeks fought with their traditional courage, but were overwhelmed by the Nazi tidal wave. 1940 was a black year for what was left of the free world. 1941 was to be an even blacker year, during which the aggressors attacked the only two remaining major powers not yet at war, Russia and the United States. For the aggressors, it was to be the world or nothing. In June 1941, Hitler suddenly unleashed his forces against Soviet Russia. Sorely wounded, the Russian bear retreated, falling back before the onrushing Nazi legions. There was only one major power in the free world to go, the militarily weak United States. Now she stood alone. But how long could she stand? The Asian Axis partner thought she had an answer to that, one that would complete the aggressor's pattern for conquest of the entire world. It was a quiet Sunday morning in Hawaii. A newly risen sun shone on beautiful Oahu. It was symbolic. It was the last time we were to be caught napping by a rising sun. surprise attack was a staggering blow to our Navy at Pearl Harbor.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
Soon, the fall of Bataan and the never-to-be-forgotten death march of thousands of American and Filipino troops. Many would never reach the prison 65 miles away. Hundreds met death along the way.
A terrible price to pay for unpreparedness, for complacency, for apathy, for the military weakness that invited the aggressor to attack. Does anything more need to be said? This was the Europe of 1941. The Nazi blitzkrieg had overwhelmed France, Holland, Belgium, Denmark, Norway, and Luxembourg. Russian armies were in desperate retreat. The German Air Force was raining death and destruction on England. Combined Italian and German forces were menacing Egypt. Their objective, to defeat an opposing British army and dominate all North Africa. In Asia, Japanese air and ground forces were driving forward in their bloody conquest of China. Only one of the world's major powers was still not at war, the United States. It was a Sunday afternoon in December 1941, and the Statue of Liberty towered serenely over New York Harbor, as if she were the last symbol of freedom left to the crumbling free world. Afternoon in New York, early morning in Hawaii, and another great harbor where American warships were at dockside or rode at anchor. Planes with cold engines stood idle at nearby Hickam Field. When suddenly, without warning, The immediate Japanese military objective was to knock out United States naval and air power in the Pacific at a single stroke. They reasoned that we were committed to eventual entrance in the war in Europe, convinced that we were incapable of fighting a two-front war. The Japanese were right in their calculations to the extent that Roosevelt and Churchill were to agree that the defeat of Hitler, the most powerful of our enemies, must have priority over an offensive against Japan. They followed sound principles of warfare to concentrate the greatest mass of power against the major objective. But it would be nearly a year before we could muster, train, and move an army overseas to attack the strongest of the aggressors. The first American troops to go into action and engage the enemy were those already in the Philippines under General Douglas MacArthur, whose forces would fight not only that first battle, but after more than 3 long years of combat, the final land battle against the last of the aggressors.
Three days after Pearl Harbor, Japanese troops landed on Luzon's north coast. The following day, still another Japanese landing was made on Luzon's east coast. On the 21st of December, the main Japanese invasion force hit the eastern shore of the Lingayen Gulf. Troops came pouring ashore from 80 transports. The Japanese onslaught gave General MacArthur only one choice: fight a delaying action, try to regroup his forces. It was a monumental task. The Japanese had struck swiftly, suddenly, devastatingly. They pressed forward unchecked. To save Manila from war's destruction, General MacArthur declared it an open city. Ignoring such humanitarian consideration, the Japanese bombed Manila. On the last day of 1941, MacArthur withdrew to the mountainous terrain of the Bataan Peninsula, for Bataan and Corregidor commanded Manila Bay. The objective was to delay the enemy's entrance to the bay. MacArthur and his battling bastards of Bataan, as the troops in grim humor called themselves, knew they were fighting a losing battle. But they fought on, gaining precious time for us to recover from the disaster at Pearl Harbor and build up our forces. There were other prime targets marked by the Japanese. In December 1941, they took Hong Kong and invaded Malaya. They bombed British Singapore and its great naval base. The British fought back, but it was the same losing fight that our troops were waging in Bataan. On New Year's Day, 1942, the siege of Bataan began. Superior Japanese forces pounded our beleaguered troops for 3 long and agonizing months. On February 22nd, 1942, President Roosevelt ordered General MacArthur to leave the Philippines and proceed to Australia as Supreme Allied Commander in the Southwest Pacific. MacArthur turned over his command to General Jonathan Wainwright. MacArthur made the first leg of his journey to Australia by PT boat through enemy-infested waters. And then by plane from Mindanao. Bataan fell on the 9th of April, 1942. Thousands of captured American and Filipino prisoners of war began their infamous death march. Hundreds were to die, felled by exhaustion and by the bayonets of their captors. To those self-designated battling bastards of Bataan who starved and fought on, the nation owes a debt it can never repay. Theirs was a heroism seldom matched. Corregidor remained our last foothold. What once had seemed an impregnable rock fortress now awaited its inevitable doom. The fortunes of the United States and its allies were at their lowest ebb. But the Japanese were soon to learn that their homeland was vulnerable to surprise attack. April 18, 1942, 16 B-25 bombers led by Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle prepared to take off from the deck of the aircraft carrier Hornet. Their target, Tokyo, and 4 other major Japanese cities with carefully selected military targets. It was only 9 days after the fall of Bataan. Never before had such a carrier-based operation been attempted. The psychological effects of the raid on Tokyo were even greater than the material damage inflicted. It raised the morale of all Americans. It shocked the enemy into realization that we had the will and the wherewithal to carry the war to the heart of his own homeland. 3 weeks later, United States Navy planes of a carrier task force struck the Japanese fleet a damaging blow in the Coral Sea, the first naval battle in history to be fought entirely with carrier-based aircraft. While the Navy was starting to make a comeback, General Wainwright surrendered Corregidor. A proud old soldier who had fought in World War I and who now at the age of 59 was surrendering his sword without cause for shame, for he and his men had fought in the finest tradition of the American fighting man. Our stubborn defense of Corregidor had put the Japanese conquest 4 months behind schedule and sent General Hama back to Japan, relieved of his command. In January of 1942, President Roosevelt had addressed Congress and the nation to set new and immediate production goals.
First, to increase our production rate of airplanes so rapidly that in this year, 1942, we shall produce 60,000 planes. 10,000. 10,000, by the way, more than the goal that we set a year and a half ago. This includes 45,000 combat planes, bombers, dive bombers, pursuit planes. The rate of increase will be maintained, continued, so that next year, 1943, we shall produce 125,000 airplanes, including 100,000 combat planes. Second, to increase our production rate of tanks so rapidly that in this year, 1942, we shall produce 45,000 tanks, and to continue that increase so that next year, 1943, we shall produce 75,000 tanks. Third, to increase our production rate of anti-aircraft guns so rapidly that in this year, 1942, we shall produce 20,000 of them, and to continue that increase so that next year, 1943, we shall produce 35,000 anti-aircraft guns. And fourth, to increase our production rate of merchant ships so rapidly that in this year, 1942, we shall build 8 million deadweight tons as compared with a 1941 completed production of 1,100,000.
Immense forces were mobilizing. Millions of Americans were in training. The infantry, airborne infantry, field artillery, Anti-aircraft artillery. Armored cavalry. Army Air Corps pilots by the thousands. Woman power as well as manpower. The vitality of all America was surging up to full tide. American labor and management performed miracles. Planes, tanks, guns, ammunition. Tens of thousands of items rolled off the lines to supply not only ourselves, but our fighting allies. On the home front, 1942 was a momentous year. Great plans and stratagems were being laid and coordinated. Supplies by the millions of tons poured overseas. Nazi submarines took a heavy toll. But enough ships got through to help sustain our beleaguered allies. In the air, the tables were starting to turn. 1,000 Royal Air Force planes in a single massive saturation raid smashed Cologne, Germany. In the Pacific, our naval aircraft inflicted the first decisive defeat on a large Japanese fleet, winning the Battle of Midway. Triumph. There would be others, but they would be slow in coming. Our top military leaders were now taking the high places reserved for them by destiny. General Douglas MacArthur, commander in the Southwest Pacific, and Admiral Chester Nimitz. General Dwight D. Eisenhower was coordinating momentous plans with the Allied combined staff in the European theater of operations. General Leslie McNair, commanding general of all American ground forces. General Omar Bradley, commandant of the infantry school, soon to be given a top field command. General Henry Hap Arnold, commanding Army Air Forces. General Brehon Somerville moved up to Chief of the Services of Supply with the stupendous task of logistical support for what would finally be an army of many millions deployed throughout the world. the first of our troops began arriving at overseas staging areas. In North Ireland, England, Australia, on bloody Guadalcanal, Army troops relieved battle-scarred and weary Marines to continue the fight for the Solomon Islands. The United States was demonstrating not only a will to fight, but the capability of fighting a two-front war against great odds on far-flung battlefronts half a world apart. On the 8th of November, 1942, American amphibious forces struck the shores of North Africa. We were, to use an appropriate American phrase, in business. The business of an all-out fight against powerful aggressors who had reached out to conquer the world. We had come thousands of miles, but not for conquest. In 1942, the commander of our ground forces, General Leslie McNair, said it best.
The United States is stretching out its arms to encircle the globe, not in conquest, but in protection. Even with our powerful allies, the task is vast and calls for our utmost all-out effort.
Our armed forces were encircling the earth in a mighty crusade for freedom. Nothing like it has happened in all the history of man. It was the dynamic outpouring of a great nation's energy, blood, and resources to protect not only itself, but to liberate freedom-loving people everywhere. We had come a long way, but the end of the road was far from within sight. We had only just begun to fight. By winter 1942, 1 year after Pearl Harbor, our Army fighting forces were building up fast and being deployed around the world, fighting beside Australian troops in New Guinea, on Guadalcanal, where they had taken over from the long embattled Marines. Large-scale amphibious landings had been made successfully in North Africa. Joining up with the British and the fighting French. Other Army units were arriving in overseas staging areas in North Ireland, England, and Australia. As our combat and support forces began to encircle the globe, our lengthening supply lines were stretched to the utmost. An army cannot fight without food, clothing, weapons, ammunition, medical supplies and services, transportation, armor, and aircraft that must be constantly supplied with fuel and as constantly serviced, repaired, or replaced. During the fighting on the vast stretches of arid desert lands in North Africa, German General von Ravenstein, commander of the 21st Panzer Division, remarked that North Africa is a tactician's paradise and a quartermaster's hell. An American or Allied commander could very well have made the same statement. On the other side of the world, in the Southwest Pacific, support for the combat troops was even more difficult in an entirely different kind of warfare. The problem of supply is spoken of as logistics. More specifically, it is the transportation, supply, and quartering of troops, the procurement of all required military equipment and materiel, shipping and distributing cargo to the right place, to arrive at the right time. In World War II, our military planners successfully solved the most stupendous problems of logistics the world has ever known. Our lines of supply fanned out like a network around the world, extending northward to Alaska and the Aleutians, to the Panama Canal, westward across the Pacific to a chain of islands, on to China by way of India, to Burma, to Australia, eastward across the Atlantic to North Africa, the length of the Mediterranean, the Middle East, and the southern route through the Persian Gulf to Russia, to Great Britain, Iceland, and to Russia by way of Murmansk in the far north, and ultimately the entire continent of Europe. Under Lend-Lease to our allies alone, the services of supply shipped approximately $25 billion worth of war materiel. These included approximately 850,000 pieces of heavy equipment, tanks, locomotives, trucks, Free French forces in North Africa were supplied enough arms and materiel to equip 12 combat divisions. Millions of dollars worth of supplies went to China, flown there from India. Russia alone, over the submarine-menaced route to Murmansk, almost 500,000 pieces of heavy equipment, railroad rolling stock, and clothing. Vast stores of munitions and equipment went to England and her Commonwealth. All of this while we were supplying our own widely deployed forces and building up mountains of supplies for the massive invasion of Europe yet to come. The miracle of supply achieved by the United States Army in World War II was historic. It represented the outpouring of a great nation's energies and resources, not for conquest, but to win freedom for men who would be free everywhere.
Mighty America had come fully alive. A revitalized agriculture reached the largest food production goals in the history of mankind. Food not only for ourselves and our allies, but for the hungry populations of the countries our armies would liberate and occupy. Industrial output staggered the imagination, brought renewed hope to our hard-pressed allies, dismay and consternation to the aggressors. It amazed even ourselves. At long last, the United States had come of age, had found a vitality, a strength, and a will to do that was phenomenal in all the annals of men and nations. Great convoys of ships stretched out as far as the eye could see, carrying the millions of tons of cargo we kept pouring overseas. All of this in support of G.I. Joe. And who was G.I. Joe? He was the oft-times grimy, unshaven, heart and soul, blood and guts of America, the citizen soldier, the immortal image of the American fighting man whose forefathers had starved and frozen at Valley Forge to fight on and triumph at Yorktown, and again a few years later at the Battle of New Orleans. He had been a raw recruit at Bull Run, but emerged the victor at Gettysburg and the winner of a great and tragic civil war at Appomattox. He was the man who drove the enemy to defeat at Chateau Thierry, at Saint Mihiel and the Meuse Argonne. He was and is the American soldier personified. And who were his leaders? Marshall, Eisenhower, MacArthur, McNair, Bradley, Devers, Patton, Clark, Hodges, Kruger, Eichelberger, Patch, men like McAuliffe, Men who possessed the indomitable spirit and genius of Washington. Winfield Scott, Andrew Jackson, Grant, Sherman, Sheridan, George G. Meade, Robert E. Lee, John J. Pershing. This was the heritage of American military leadership in World War II. A heritage they could not and would not fail. Their one and only goal, victory. From buck privates to four-star generals, these were the priceless outpouring of America's greatest resource, the product of more than a century and a half of freedom, of democracy in action, of a great dream that their forefathers had fought for and made a reality, and which these, their sons, were fighting to preserve. But even amidst the tensions of war, there were precious hours of respite in which battle-weary men found rest and relaxation and brief moments of humor. But when they fought to win. Theirs was a sublime dedication. Theirs was a glory the world would not soon forget. While the fighting was continuing in North Africa, President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill met at Casablanca to determine further strategical moves. They agreed on 4 major points. Invade Sicily and Italy at the first opportunity. Intensify counterattacks against Hitler's submarines and launch a combined bomber offensive on Germany. Begin preparing for a major offensive in the Pacific. Accept nothing short of unconditional surrender as a basis for ending the war. This was the kind of positive, top-level determination the free world had long awaited. There was swift response on all fighting fronts. Tripoli fell to the British 8th Army. In bitter fighting, Nazi tanks hurled back Allied forces to the Algerian border. But then, combined American, British, and French units stopped the German-Italian drive at Kasserine and overran Tunisia. In the Pacific, on bloody Guadalcanal, fighting an entirely different kind of warfare, United States troops overcame the last fanatical Japanese resistance and won complete control of the island and its airfields. In the Battle of the Bismarck Sea, Allied bombers sank 8 transports and 4 destroyers of a Japanese convoy of 16 ships. "181 days after the Allied landings in North Africa, Tunis and Bizerte fell before the drive of American, British, and French forces. drive reached its full fury with lightning speed, in the air and on the ground. The enemy was hit harder and harder, crushed in a vice from which there was no escape. In 5 days, all German resistance in Tunisia collapsed. The Axis forces surrendered. The myth of Hitler's super race was beginning to crack. In the faraway Aleutian Islands, American troops had landed on Attu. Still farther away in New Guinea, American and Australian troops drove back the stubborn and fanatical enemy in close fighting in malaria-infested jungles. Among the battle casualties we had suffered while fighting in the Buna area were 3 of our general officers, shot in action within less than 100 yards of the Japanese lines. From victories on the deserts of North Africa, the fog-bound Aleutians, to the tropical island of Guadalcanal and the New Guinea jungles, where our troops were driving forward against desperate Japanese resistance, we had indeed spread our forces around the world. Who was it that once said, the United States was incapable of fighting a two-front war? Within less than 16 months, the United States Navy had performed a miracle of salvage. Of all the ships sunk or damaged on December 7, 1941 at Pearl Harbor, all but 3 were back in service and in fighting trim by May 1943. An achievement on a scale unequaled in naval history. Russia, the Germans had taken virtually all of Stalingrad by late 1942. Their conquest was short-lived. Early in 1943, the Russians launched a massive counterattack. Retook Stalingrad, destroying a Nazi army of 330,000, capturing 17 of Hitler's generals. The tide had started to turn in Russia. In June of 1943, hundreds of Royal Air Force planes engaged in a non-stop aerial offensive over occupied Europe that continued unremittingly for 10 days. While the tide was turning in the air over Hitler's fortress Europe, American Army, Navy, and Air Forces, along with those of Australia and New Zealand, launched a concerted offensive to drive the Japanese out of New Guinea and the northern Solomon Islands. Enemy forces on Rendova Island were wiped out. Our troops drove for the Munda Airfield on New Georgia Island. With all of North Africa in Allied hands, preparations for Operation Husky were begun immediately to attack the soft underbelly of Europe. The immediate target, Sicily. Little time was lost. Only 60 days after the surrender of Axis forces in North Africa, Patton's 7th Army invaded Sicily simultaneously with British and Canadian troops under Montgomery. Some 3,000 craft were employed to land an initial force of 160,000 troops. Almost 14,000 vehicles, about 600 tanks, nearly 2,000 guns. But Sicily was held by more than 200,000 Italian and German troops, strongly entrenched on rugged terrain. It was to be a tough, hard-fought campaign.
we invaded Sicily just 18 months after Pearl Harbor. Actually, an incredibly short period of time for a peaceful and unprepared nation to have accomplished so much, to have come so far. It was a brilliant reflection of our military planning and the energy and enterprise that implemented that planning. It was America at its dynamic best. The forces of agriculture, industry, labor and management, finance and manpower coordinated with the military. What the United States alone did in those first 18 months will live long in history. Yes, we had come a long way, but we still had far to go in Europe, still farther in the Pacific. It would be 11 months after the invasion of Sicily before we could build up and coordinate the massive ground, air, and sea forces for the invasion of Normandy. 11 months of bitter fighting in Italy and the vast island chain in the Pacific. The enemy had come far and fast, reaching out to conquer a world. But his blitzkrieg offensives were a thing of the past. The United States Army was by now very much in the war. With combat-experienced divisions in North Africa, the jungle-covered islands of the Pacific, the Aleutians, where they had wiped out the Japanese on Attu. Now the blooded veterans of the North African campaign had landed on Sicily in a drive for the Italian mainland. Millions more were training in the United States. We were well on the road to the ultimate victory. In 1940, our army numbered a little more than 250,000 men. 3 years later, in 1943, it numbered almost 7 million and would continue to grow to 8 million. But numbers alone do not make an efficient fighting force capable of winning the final victory. An undisciplined and unequipped rabble, even though the cause be just, never won a war against a trained and well-disciplined, well-armed and well-led force. Thanks to the intensive training program under General Leslie McNair, commander of Army Ground Forces, American soldiers had never before been as well trained and equipped to fight as were our soldiers in World War II. Certainly the veterans of the North African campaign learned that intensive training pays off. And now they were continuing to prove it in Sicily.
Our drive across Sicily was aimed at the key port of Messina, just across the narrow straits which separate Sicily from the toe of the Italian mainland. The Germans fought stubbornly, utilizing every defensive advantage offered by the rugged terrain. Italian forces offered little resistance. Patton's 7th American Army attacked from one side, while General Montgomery's 8th British Army pressed forward from the other. citizen soldier G.I. Joe had fought and defeated the best the Nazi had to offer in North Africa and had taken the enemy's measure. Now he was a veteran who had growing confidence in himself and in his leadership. He was a soldier. Whether he knew it or not, he was adding new glory to the traditions of the American fighting man. And at war's outcome, the word defeat had never been written on the scrolls of that fine tradition. In many areas, there was nothing more than a rut or a road. So units of the 7th Army did a little amphibious leapfrogging along the coast in their push for Messina. While our 7th Army pushed the Nazis across Sicily, in faraway New Guinea, the 503rd Parachute Infantry Regiment made an airdrop at Nadzab, while American and Australian ground forces continued to press forward. Our growing air power made a daylight raid on military objectives in the heart of Italy with 500 bombers. On Sicily's north coast, Patton's 7th captured Palermo and drove on eastward toward Messina. In the air, 177 American B-24 bombers raided the oil refineries at Ploesti in Romania with 300 tons of explosives. Initiative no longer belonged to the Nazi fascist Axis, in the air or on the ground. The ruthless drive for world conquest had been stopped all the way around the earth, from North Africa to the Pacific, where U.S. Army troops and Marines captured the Munda airfield on the island of New Georgia. On the same day our troops took Munda, Soviet forces smashed German defenses in central Russia. Key military targets on the Italian mainland were being mauled by our Air Force. Our ground forces were also hitting the enemy with devastating power. The crushing defeat suffered by the Axis in North Africa and Patton's advance toward the Straits of Messina were psychological poison to a badly shaken fascist regime. The once triumphant Caesar God, who had looked like this at the height of his power, when his fascist legions had slaughtered and conquered Ethiopian tribesmen who fought with spears and ancient guns, now looked like this. Mussolini had led his people through a nightmare of military disasters. His arrogant dictatorship had come to an end. Retributive justice was close at hand. The King of Italy ordered Marshal Pietro Badoglio to organize a new government and conduct secret negotiations for surrender. A separate peace by Italy was the last thing Hitler wanted. The collapse of Mussolini and his fascist regime brought additional German forces pouring into Italy. From fighting ally, the Nazi was now the unwelcome intruder who would wage his battles of fierce resistance on Italian soil, bringing further ruin and suffering to an exhausted and war-sick people. On the 17th of August, 1943, 38 days after the invasion began, Patton's 7th Army took Messina, and all Sicily was in Allied hands. As well as 100,000 Italian prisoners. Most of the Nazis had escaped to the mainland across the Straits of Messina. "11 days after the fall of Sicily, Allied headquarters in the Pacific announced the end of all Japanese resistance on New Georgia Island. General MacArthur's forces were starting on the road back. We had already begun our island hopping in the Central Solomons. But the battle for Nazi-held Italy was only beginning. On the 3rd of September, 2 British divisions crossed the Straits of Messina to land on the toe of the Italian boot. 6 days later, American forces struck the beach at Salerno, 30 miles south of Naples. They met stiff enemy resistance. 4 days after the landings, the hurriedly reinforced enemy launched a strong counterattack, pouring in some of its best troops. For a time, our foothold was precarious. But supported by a concentration of combined firepower from aircraft, naval guns, and artillery, the Allies held the beachhead. The heavy pounding by land, sea, and air was too much for the Nazis. They fell back as our own forces pushed on toward Naples. By then, Italy had surrendered unconditionally, was officially out of the war. October 1st, 1943, elements of General Mark Clark's Fifth Army entered the city of Naples. They were greeted not as conquerors, but as liberators. The citizens of Naples knew that we and our allies were the only hope of driving the Germans from their homeland. Here, as elsewhere, a new problem confronted our invasion forces: how to provide government for the civilian population. Years of fascism had promised plenty, but delivered only strife and hunger. Unless such centers of hungry population along a route of advance are well controlled, the advance is hampered. Communications break down, supply channels clog up. In Naples, the Allies met the challenge and thwarted chaos. The Naples water supply presented another challenge to the Allied forces. This problem was also mastered. Military government was a necessity, one which also had a direct influence on post-war rehabilitation throughout Europe. Following the fall of Naples, we expected our advance to continue. It did, but only for a brief period. The mountainous regions of central Italy provided the Germans with a number of natural defense lines. These, together with the closing in of the Italian winter, virtually stopped our forces in their tracks, scarcely 80 miles from Rome. While our fighting men in Italy were faced with a veritable stalemate, an entirely different kind of war was going on in the faraway Pacific, where Allied forces landed on Mono and Sterling Islands in a campaign launched to drive the Japanese from Bougainville. We invaded the Gilbert Islands. The 2nd Marine Division took Tarawa after 76 hours of bloody fighting. Heavy casualties were suffered. But the Japanese were wiped out. Elements of the Army's 27th Infantry Division took Macon and the neighboring atoll. Our Army Air Corps was engaged in massive bombing of the industrial heart of Germany, devastating Nazi plants and marshalling yards. But the Nazis' Götterdämmerung, the twilight of the gods, had yet to come. The bitterest of large-scale battles had yet to be fought, and some of these were soon to come on the Italian front, where strong defensive positions were held by a tough and stubborn enemy. That and the weather had bogged down our advance. It was winter 1943. The stage was set for the Cairo-Tehran talks. Roosevelt and Churchill met with Chiang Kai-shek at Cairo. Even at the moment fighting was most intense in Italy, high-level master plans continued to be made for the invasion of France and for other Allied operations throughout the world. At Cairo, talks centered on the relation of European operations to the war in the Pacific. From Cairo, Roosevelt and Churchill flew to Tehran, where for the first time during the war, they met with Marshal Stalin, dictator of Soviet Russia. The Allied leaders failed to agree on everything, but one thing they did agree upon was that the invasion of Normandy in southern France must and would take place sometime during the following summer of 1944. For some time, there had been doubt as to who would command Overlord, the invasion of Normandy. Roosevelt, en route home from Tehran, stopped off at Tunis to see General Eisenhower and to tell him that he was to command Overlord. The grand design for victory in Europe was now completed. But so far as the Allies in Italy were concerned, France and the cross-channel invasion were a long way off. It was to be a tragically long winter of hard fighting in Italy. There was the battle for Monte Cassino. To bypass the mountainous terrain holding up our advance in southern Italy, our forces made an amphibious landing at Anzio, only 35 miles south of Rome. Heavy Nazi resistance stalled the breakout from the beaches. Finally, we blasted our way out of the pocket. The landings at Anzio convinced Hitler that we were launching an all-out campaign in Italy. He rushed 8 more divisions to reinforce his army in Italy, and the stalemate was resumed.
In total war, there is no easy road to victory. And we had entered World War II unprepared for global war of such unprecedented magnitude against aggressors who numbered their trained combat divisions by the hundreds. It was 2 long years from Pearl Harbor to the winter stalemate in Italy. During those 2 years, lack of time had been our most immediate and worst enemy. Precious time we had needed in which to prepare while 2 great oceans protected our shores and the embattled British were fighting a delaying action on to the death. 3 times in the last 50 years, aggressors have underestimated our capability and our will to fight. Our military weakness and our isolationist attitude at the time invited the aggressor to launch his grandiose designs for conquest. Today, the world has shrunk until in travel time, the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans are no more than large lakes. Our coastlines and our inland cities are vulnerable to attack. We are a member of a family of freedom-loving nations. And if that family is not to be annihilated, we have the responsibility of maintaining the moral resolve and military strength to protect ourselves and those others with whom we have the common goal of the preservation of liberty and freedom. With the coming of spring, 1944, the winter stalemate in Italy was broken. Our forces slowly resumed fighting their way up the west coast of the Italian boot toward Rome against bitter German opposition. The British advanced up the east coast in the face of equally bitter opposition. In the Pacific, troops of the 1st Cavalry Division landed on Los Negros and Manus Islands in the Admiralty Group to wipe out all Japanese resistance and complete occupation of the entire group of islands. We landed large forces at Hollandia and Itape on the north coast of New Guinea. General Stilwell and his troops were fighting the Japanese in Burma. This was global warfare on a scale never known before. Less than 3 years before, Hitler had addressed the Reichstag.
Germany, Italy, and Japan will wage common war upon the United States to a victorious conclusion.
In Rome, his fascist partner had declared,
Fascist Italy and National Socialist Germany, ever closely linked, participate from today on the side of heroic Japan against the United States.
A Japanese militarist joined the derisive chorus.
Americans have radios, automobiles, big beefsteaks. When a people has those things, they don't want to fight. Americans won't sleep in hammocks or lie in trenches. They are like a tiger whose stomach is full. They are sleepy.
The American is no soldier.
The American, no soldier. And yet there he was, carrying the fight to the boastful aggressors. The self-acclaimed Superman was learning to his bitter surprise and sorrow the fighting qualities of the American soldier. It seems the aggressors had made a slight miscalculation.
In Italy, our forces pushed on through rain and mud, over mountains, across rivers, toward Rome. Our power drive up the Italian boot forced the enemy to divert 30 of his divisions from France and the Low Countries, weakening his defenses along the English Channel coast, where our invasion of France was soon to come. We now had an army numbering millions of soldiers. We now had 150,000 armored vehicles as compared to the 29 tanks the Army had in 1940. 400,000 artillery pieces were now engaged in the war effort compared to the 235 available in 1940. From a 1940 production capacity of 117 aircraft a month, we were now producing 9,000 planes of all types a month, a plane every 5 minutes, 12 an hour. Here now was an air arm of 150,000 planes supporting the coordinated Allied effort to wipe out enemy industry, supply routes, and communication facilities. The American tiger, grown sleepy on a full stomach, or so the Japanese had thought, was now fully awake, lean, and fighting in the jungles. On the 4th of June, 1944, our Fifth Army captured Rome. It was a military victory, yes, but its psychological effect carried the greater impact throughout the world, for it was the first Axis capital to fall into our hands, bringing consternation and foreboding to the enemy, and fresh heart and rejoicing to the free world and its fighting forces. In England, after months of planning and preparation, it was D-Day -2. General Eisenhower was about to unleash the most massive amphibious invasion in history. During the big buildup, England had become a vast staging area for troops and the materiel of war. Thousands of vehicles and ready-to-be assembled combat-type aircraft. 20,000 railroad cars and 1,000 locomotives. 20 million square feet of covered storage and shop space. 44 million square feet of open storage space to hold the growing volume of supplies, wire, tires, bombs, shells, and other explosive devices. Awaiting invasion port embarkation were thousands of trucks and support vehicles, row upon row of tanks, and a wide range of artillery weapons. 170 miles of new railroad had been constructed to haul more than 2 million tons of supplies and combat hardware to the invasion ports. The United States Army had constructed 163 airfields in England for the Allied planes that were systematically bombing Germany day and night. The invasion directive issued by the combined chiefs of staff was concise. General Eisenhower had his orders.
You will enter the continent of Europe and, in conjunction with the other Allied nations, undertake operations aimed at the heart of Germany and the destruction of her armed forces.
Another American general was to have a central role in complying with that monumental order. General Omar N. Bradley, field commander of American forces. D-Day -1. Invasion forces began embarking in England. Destination, Normandy. Involved in this massive amphibious invasion were some 3 million soldiers, sailors, and airmen. 4,000 ships and boats. 20,000 vehicles of all types, and an endless list of combat support weapons. Operation Overlord, the code name for the invasion, was close at hand. Now, as D-Day and H-Hour approached, the final logistical operation was underway. In the darkness before dawn on June 6, 1944, the great invasion began to unfold. 17,000 men of the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions, with over 2 million pounds of combat equipment and supplies, were airlifted to carefully selected drop zones behind the invasion beaches, where they were dropped to secure key road junctions and other strategic terrain objectives. The invasion armada, the largest ever assembled, was now in position off the coast of France. While our assault forces prepared for H-Hour, Allied naval power began their concentrated shore bombardment. Amphibious warfare on a scale that staggered the imagination. Nothing like it had ever been seen. Omaha Beach, in the first assault, 30,000 American troops stormed ashore. British and Canadian forces struck at 3 different beach sectors. At Utah Beach, 20,000 American troops were landed. By the end of the first day, our invasion force ashore totaled 120,000 men. With every passing hour, with each passing day, reinforcements streamed ashore to enlarge the beachhead with tanks, trucks, ammunition, and supplies. Hundreds of our attack bombers and fighters were now over Europe carrying payloads of destruction aimed at the vital centers of Hitler's Fortress Europe. In heavy formations cascaded 3,500 tons of explosives, a ton every second, upon Nazi-held positions. Our mass bomber formations were now given a canopy of protective air support by P-38 Lightnings. Together, they fought off enemy air attacks. As the roar of engines and concussion of the bombs were still ringing in the ears of a dazed and battered enemy, our ground artillery opened up. Our tanks and infantry rolled forward, driving west to isolate Brest and other ports on the peninsula. Other elements pushed south and east toward Paris. What was left of 10 German divisions was mopped up by the very men their Fuhrer had told them were not soldiers and would not fight. Again, the aggressor had made a slight miscalculation. As the Germans were meeting disaster in northwestern France, the United States 7th Army, combat-hardened veterans of the fighting in Italy, hit the beaches in southern France on the morning of August 15th. During that day, 50,000 men and their equipment were landed. The American 6th Army Corps pushed north along the Rhone River Valley. And other troops moved eastward toward the Italian border. The drive into the heart of France was deeper now. Patton's Third Army angled toward points just east and south of Paris. The First Army flanking the Third. The 7th now was moving up swiftly from the south. Days after the landings in southern France, Paris was liberated after 4 years of Nazi occupation. liberation of Paris, like the liberation of Rome less than 3 months before, was a cause for rejoicing, and its psychological effect was reflected throughout the free world. Among our troops, who paraded so proudly down the Champs-Élysées, were some whose fathers had followed the same flag down that famous avenue a quarter of a century before, celebrating another victory, which they too had won in the best traditions of the American fighting man, and who had come there not for conquest, but to liberate. But the men of our fighting forces knew it was only one more important milestone along the rugged road to victory. Allied armies held bridgeheads all along the line of the Seine. In the south of France, they captured Toulon and Marseille. The British and Canadians took Brussels and the great port of Antwerp. The first American army pushed across the border into Belgium and drove on to Liège. The third took Verdun. The third, having crossed the Meuse River, reached the Moselle. Now the Allied front ran on a line all the way from the Swiss border to the North Sea. 7th Army patrols coming up from the south met patrols from the 3rd Army. The two armies were now linked up for the coordinated offensive to come. Retreat for Nazi forces caught on the wrong side of the line was cut off. We rounded up our share of prisoners. The desperate plight of Hitler's armies became more apparent as the bewildered legions of a once mighty, destructive force found themselves defeated by an army they had been repeatedly told would never last on the soil of the Third Reich longer than 9 hours. In the 97 days since the 5th Corps had led the assault on Omaha Beach, it had come nearly 500 miles and now drove across the German border and stood on the soil of Hitler's Germany. Who was it that once said, "The American was no soldier"?
In World War II, the American soldier proved his fighting qualities, as he always has and always will. He stands second to none, and his leadership is second to none. From private to general, he is the product of a free society conceived in liberty. He even has the power, through his right to vote in free elections, to choose his own commander-in-chief. He has a voice in making the laws which govern him. He has a precious heritage to defend, much to fight for when he must fight, to defend his good way of life. He prefers the arts of peace, as all men of goodwill do. Yet he knows how to practice the arts of war. In some of the scenes filmed of the actual historic events which have been documented in this series, you have seen the reaction to the American soldier by newly liberated peoples in North Africa, Italy, and France. To them, he was and still is a living symbol of freedom, for he came to their lands giving of himself, not for conquest, but to liberate, to defeat and destroy a ruthless aggressor. Or we might well say the aggressor, who, like evil throughout history, lives on and has been known by many names. The aggressor, who would dictate and impose his will upon those he would conquer and enslave. And not the least among those who stand opposed to him is the American soldier. He knows the price of freedom is eternal vigilance.
There is an ancient saying that all roads lead to Rome. If that is true, the United States Army had taken the longest and toughest road. Arriving on the 4th of June, 1944, 2 years and 6 months after Pearl Harbor and America's entrance into the war. Two days after General Mark Clark's Fifth Army captured the Eternal City, General Dwight D. Eisenhower's invasion forces hit the Normandy beaches in a massive amphibious assault. Despite bitter German resistance, we built up an enormous beachhead and finally broke through. Our 7th Army, commanded by General Alexander Patch, landed in southern France and pushed northward along the Rhone River Valley. 10 days later, Paris was liberated. In Italy, the Fifth Army crossed the Arno River and swept on toward Bologna. In the Pacific, General MacArthur's forces invaded Morotai Island in a giant amphibious leap that put them within 300 miles of the Philippines. General Stilwell was making progress in Burma with his mixed command of hand-picked American infantrymen, Merrill's Marauders, and British and Chinese units. The tide of war was turning against the aggressors with a vengeance. Just 97 days after the 5th Corps of 1st Army had led the assault on Omaha Beach, it had driven 500 miles inland and crossed the German border. The battle for France was nearing its end. The battle for Germany was about to begin. The Nazi Reich was soon to reap full measure of the dragon's teeth it had sown.
immensity of global war, as it occurred at the height of World War II, staggers the imagination. On the ground, in jungles and swamps, in mountains and forests, and on the plains, millions of men scattered around the entire world, locked in combat. In the air, thousands of others with their bombing and fighting aircraft. On the seas and beneath, other thousands with their surface ships and submarines. Incredibly long supply lines with mountains of materiel to transport. Vast communication networks stretching around the earth. It was the greatest concerted organization of military might in the history of the world. It was as if the scriptural concept of the Battle of Armageddon was being realized in its greatest magnitude. In Europe, by the end of September 1944, the United States had 5 great armies battling the Nazis. The Fifth Army in Italy, the First Army with elements already on German soil, the Ninth, the Third, and the Seventh, all fighting beside British and Free French and other Allied forces. In the Pacific, the Sixth Army and other elements. In Burma, General Joseph Stilwell's command of American, British, and Chinese jungle fighters were driving back the Japanese, opening the way for completion of the Lido Road, which our Army engineers were building as a land supply route to the embattled Chinese by way of India. In Russia, German armies were in retreat before massive Soviet counterattacks. To use an old Army expression, we were clobbering the enemy on all fronts. But it was no grand march, no sudden sweep to victory. For as the aggressors were driven back, their resistance increased along with mounting desperation. We paid a price for every mile we took. The battle for Germany was on. For the Germans, their Götterdämmerung, the twilight of the gods, had come.
Our armies were battering at the gates of the Nazi homeland. General Hodge's First Army drove through the vaunted Siegfried Line, mile upon mile of concrete fortifications and anti-tank emplacements, to the city of Aachen. Two years and 7 months after General MacArthur had left the Philippines, he kept his promise to return. On the 20th of October, 1944, his forces invaded the island of Leyte. This, too, was to be no easy parade to victory. Our soldiers were to face an enemy who would fight as their leaders ordered them to fight, to the death. They wanted it that way. They were to get what they asked for. Seven days after MacArthur landed on Leyte, the United States 3rd and 7th Fleets dealt the Japanese Navy its death blow in the battle for the Leyte Gulf. curtain was rising on the last fast-moving act of the drama of World War II. General Patton's Third Army took Metz. Ahead was the nearby Saar Basin, Germany's second most important industrial district. On the other side of the world, Army B-29 bombers from new bases on Saipan showered bombs on Tokyo, a fiery rain from the heavens to avenge Pearl Harbor. The campaign on Leyte was going well as our forces moved on, capturing the Japanese base at Ormoc along the west coast. Other forces landed on Mindoro Island with no losses. While General MacArthur's forces were driving forward in the Philippines, Patton's Third Army penetrated the Saar and drove on across the Saar River. A record-breaking fleet of 1,600 United States heavy bombers blasted Frankfurt and other German cities. The Nazis were reaping a bitter and devastating harvest from the seeds they had once sown from the air. Now the very perpetrators of aerial blitzkrieg saw their own cities reduced to rubble. To the millions of Nazi war victims, here at last was a measure of retribution against their merciless executioners. Some of the bitterest fighting of the war took place on the Cologne Plain. Our push toward the industrial Ruhr was resisted every step of the way. Then, on the 16th of December 1944, the German counteroffensive struck. German Field Marshal von Rundstedt suddenly sent a dozen elite divisions smashing into the Ardennes sector. Von Rundstedt had cast the dice for high stakes, crossing the Meuse River, driving toward Liège, and trying to cut the Allied communication lines from Antwerp to the front lines. If our lines of communication could be cut, the fate of our armies might be in the balance. This was the Battle of the Bulge. Combat and non-combat troops were suddenly and necessarily fighting side by side in worsening winter weather. Grabbing their weapons, they dug in and responded to the old military axiom of hanging on to buy time until reinforcements would come. General Eisenhower took immediate action to meet the crisis. He put the 1st and 9th Armies north of the Bulge under command of Field Marshal Montgomery's 21st Army Group, with orders to attack from the north. Patton's Third Army was to attack from the south. Two airborne divisions were rushed in. the 101st was ordered to hold the vital communication center at Bastogne. It was during this action in besieged Bastogne that General McAuliffe, who was then commanding the 101st, made his famous reply to the German demand that he surrender. That reply was reportedly one word long: nuts. If the enemy did not immediately understand the meaning of McAuliffe's typical American reply, the action which followed undoubtedly convinced him that it meant that the Americans had no intention of surrendering. Just 6 days after von Rundstedt had launched his counteroffensive, elements of Patton's Third Army, racing up from the south, struck the German on his southern flank. The pressure was off the 101st Airborne. The 1st American Army attacked from the north. After the British struck the Bulge on the west, the Third Army smashed on north to link up with the First Army. Then the weather cleared, and our planes took to the air, blasting von Rundstedt's forces. The Battle of the Bulge was soon over. The enemy was retreating. The Germans had thrown their last big Sunday punch of the war. While the Battle of the Bulge was going on in Europe, the 8th Army, commanded by General Robert L. Eichelberger, was battling stiff Japanese resistance on Leyte in the Pacific. The fight for Leyte would continue for months, until nearly 50,000 fanatical Japanese would be annihilated. Our forces were spreading out in the Philippines. 6th Army troops landed on Luzon in the Lingayen Gulf and swept southward to capture Tarlac, only 65 miles from Manila. "15 days later, men of the 1st Cavalry Division fought their way into Manila. The capture of Manila included the Santo Tomas prison camp. Along with the Filipino people, these prisoners had waited in long and quiet agony for this moment of liberation. Of all the liberated peoples in the world, none showed more gratitude than did the Filipinos. They well knew we had come not for conquest, but to keep a solemn promise to return and destroy the aggressor, who had taken over their homeland in a war of conquest. Less than 2 years later, the Philippines would be given complete independence as a sovereign nation by the United States. 13 days after the fall of Manila, our airborne troops landed on Corregidor, 2 years and 9 months after the Japanese had hauled down our flag. It had been a long and bloody road, but we had returned. And where were those who once had said the American was no soldier, that he would not fight? All around the world, climactic events were swiftly gaining momentum. Our Ninth Army, under General Simpson, crossed the Rhine on the 2nd of March. 4 days later, General Hodge's First Army occupied Cologne. 4 days after that, 300 of our superfortresses blasted Tokyo. By the 17th of the same month, General Patton's Third Army had taken Koblenz. The next day, and half a world away, our troops invaded Panay Island in the central Philippines. 3 days after that, Patton's Third Army crossed the Rhine. 4 days later, General Eichelberger's Eighth Army was landing on Cebu in the Philippines. Less than a week after that, on the 1st of April, 1945, the United States 10th Army, under General Simon Buckner, invaded Okinawa. On the 11th of the same month, the 2nd Armored Division of the 9th Army reached the Elbe, only 63 miles from Berlin. The 3rd captured Coburg. On the 12th of April, death took the Commander-in-Chief, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He had lived to see the triumphant advances of American arms, but fate had denied him the satisfaction that final victory would bring. Less than a month after President Roosevelt's death, Germany surrendered. Hitler was dead by his own hand. Only a few days before, Mussolini had been killed by Italian partisans. To his home shores, General Eisenhower returned in triumph. But in the Pacific, a war was still going on, a big and bitterly fought war, with the end not yet in sight. Okinawa was a bloody battleground, as our 10th Army was finding out. It took us 82 days of continuous fighting to take Okinawa. Kamikaze attacks on our Navy took a heavy toll, but we fought back, never letting up. the military might of the United States would now be concentrated on the Japanese homeland. A tough job lay ahead, a job that would take men and equipment. Our entire military strength was now aimed at the one remaining Axis partner. Our military planners estimated that in an all-out assault upon Japan itself, our invasion forces would probably suffer 1.5 million casualties. But a new and terrifying force had come into the world, which was to prevent those 1.5 million casualties, the atomic bomb. 2 of these awesome weapons dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki brought Japan to her knees. On the 2nd of September, 1945, Japanese officials signed the Articles of Formal Surrender on the battleship Missouri in Tokyo Bay.
The formal surrender by the Japanese on the 2nd of September, 1945, marked the end of the shooting in World War II. It was a momentous, historic event. But there was one other that followed, which might not have been as historic to the world at large, but it was probably the most rewarding moment in the life of a fine old soldier. General Jonathan Wainwright, who had been forced to surrender Corregidor, had been rescued by U.S. Army paratroopers from a prisoner of war camp in Manchuria and flown back to be present at the formal surrender on the battleship Missouri. A day or two after that, he was present at the surrender of General Yamashita and the remnants of the Japanese army in the Philippines. It must have been a great day for Jonathan Mayhew Skinny Wainwright, West Point, class of 1906, American soldier.
Mankind had struggled for 6 long years in the black night of a savage global war. Now the guns were silent. Bombs had ceased to rain down from the skies. The light of peace returned to the world. A world devastated by war, with millions of dead. For other millions of war-benumbed people who lived on in the ruins, there was a bleak and uncertain future. The most monstrous of the aggressors, who had been his own people's greatest enemy, was no more, dead by his own murderous hand, carrying to a fiery grave his dream of an all-conquering new order built to last 1,000 years. The last echoes of triumphant Sieg Heils had died amidst the stark silence of devastation. The Caesar demigod of the fascists was no more, killed by his own outraged people. The last echoes of triumphant choruses of Duce, Duce also had died amidst war's desolate end. The Japanese military war government was no more. Those who had been responsible for the carnage and destruction were tried and executed as war criminals. The Japanese militarists' dream of conquest of all Asia was as dead as the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The aggressors had launched and lost their war for world conquest. Our military forces had fought and won a war, not for conquest, but for the freedom and dignity of man. Here was the American soldier in victory. The soldier the aggressors had said was no soldier, the man who was not expected to fight. Yet here he was, returning in triumph to his homeland, to his country. The country the aggressors had declared incapable of successfully waging a major war. The country which now emerged from the greatest of all wars as the most powerful nation on earth.
For the second time in 28 years, the United States had fought a war against the ruthless forces of aggression that had threatened to destroy the ideals and principles of democracy. Those principles upon which the United States was founded and upon which it continues to exist, its citizens pursuing their chosen way of life. But no war is without its tragic cost, to the victor as well as to the vanquished. The full cost of World War II can never be measured. A war involving 57 sovereign nations in a cataclysm of such magnitude that no accurate appraisal can be made of the toll in ruined lives, blasted hopes, vanished resources, and treasure. For the United States, at war's end, 1 out of every 500 Americans alive at the beginning had been listed as killed or missing in action. For the aggressors, the price was far higher. 1 out of every 200 Japanese, 1 out of every 150 Italians, and for Germany, 1 out of every 25. A lesson in vital statistics for those who blindly follow ambitious dictators into rash adventures of conquest against men who would rather fight and, if need be, die than become the vassals of a totalitarian police state in which the individual belongs to the state and not the state to the free citizen. In World War II, we fought for democracy. Having emerged victorious, we sought to bring justice and freedom to our former enemies, to lead the peoples of defeated nations into a better life than they had known under the iron hand of their former masters, the dictators we and our allies had so recently destroyed. It was an immense task, and we began by demonstrating through the behavior of our armies of occupation that although we were there by right of victory, our reason for remaining was not for conquest.
We had met the immense challenge of global war and achieved complete victory. Now we faced the challenge of ensuring the peace. That was General Douglas MacArthur's big job in Japan. He was to prove his genius in applying the arts of peace as resolutely as he had pursued the arts of war. The economy of a nation of more than 70 million people had been strained to the breaking point by years of war, and then shattered completely by utter defeat. Thousands were homeless. Hunger and despair stalked the land. It would now be necessary to overcome 2,000 years of feudal tradition, centuries in which the Japanese people had bowed servilely to their masters and their emperor. Ritual and religious mystique were woven into their daily lives. The Shinto religion and its priests had been used by the militarists to instill a warlike spirit in its followers. At the behest of General MacArthur, the emperor now publicly told his people that he was no god, no divine being, but a purely human leader. The formerly warlike Shinto religion was divorced from the militaristic rituals and exercises, becoming merely one of many religions from among which every Japanese was free to choose. In post-war Japan, political parties now sought the support of the Japanese people. Women were given the right to vote in the democratically free elections held throughout the country. School children began to learn that the world was larger than the islands of Japan, and that the nations the warlords of yesterday had sought to conquer were today prepared to be friends. Seldom in history had a victor been so magnanimous, had step by step substituted democratic sense for totalitarian nonsense, tolerance for hate, hope for despair. The ancient feudal land system was broken up. The Japanese farmer now had an opportunity to own the land he tilled. For the first time, there was freedom of the press. A new and brighter sun had risen over the land of the rising sun. A vital and more responsible nation was emerging from the Holocaust of war. In Germany, the old Teutonic pagan gods of war, resurrected by Hitler from the dark forests of Teutonic mythology, were laid to rest once more. Those who had perpetrated the war and who survived were brought before an international bar of justice at Nuremberg, charged, in the words of one prosecutor, with crimes against the conscience of mankind. They had set in motion a war which killed in battle more than 15 million men, plus an unknown and unknowable number of non-combatant civilians. The chief Nazis were condemned by their own words. Documents written in their own hand showed them guilty. Guilty of genocide, the deliberate Nazi attempt to destroy whole nations and races the Nazis considered inferior peoples. More than 12 million men, women, and children scientifically exterminated. More than 7 million taken into the slavery of forced labor. Guilty, too, of the moral perversion of the German people. Said defendant Baldur von Schirach, leader of the Hitler Youth, "It is my fault that I educated German youth for a man who committed murders millionfold." Such was the nature of the court's proceedings that not one of the defendants challenged the tribunal's fairness or authority. Victory had been won, and the major criminals brought to judgment by their intended victims. And now, what? The victor was now confronted with the task of rehabilitating a nation mauled, blasted, and stunned by a war of conquest that had backfired to the ruin of its instigators. Through their discredited leaders, they had brought the roof of their Valhalla crashing down upon their own heads. But we were left with the debris. Whole towns and cities were in ruins. We had the responsibility of providing the people with food to sustain them through post-war readjustment. We were responsible for the restoration and maintenance of civil order. Public health was assured so that the scourge of war would not be followed by the scourge of disease. Responsible democratic local, state, and national government was established and made to function. Now the German people could choose their leaders through free elections. Gone was the era of the stormtrooper, the suppression of civil and human liberties, the endless propaganda, and the mad dreams of fanatical leaders. The German people were quick to respond to their new freedom. With the aid and guidance of their one-time enemies, Germany began its amazing recovery. In significant contrast was the bleak atmosphere of Russian-occupied Berlin. Here, democracy and freedom were not at work. Here was the bleak face of another kind of totalitarianism, the communist variety. Here, the iron hand of Soviet Russia ruled a conquered people. World War II had seen the emergence of the Soviet Union as a military power second only to the United States. Her contributions to the defeat of Nazism and fascism, once she had been attacked by the Nazi aggressor, were prodigious. But Russia, too, was a totalitarian power, and she was behaving like one. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania became Soviet-controlled satellites. So did Poland, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and Albania. These acts of annexation were not the result of free choice. The people accepted what was told to them. There was no voice of opposition. In Manchuria, by agreement with Russia, Soviet troops that had entered to liberate Manchuria from the Japanese were replaced by a Chinese Communist People's Army, which would soon start a drive southward to conquer all China and bring it under communist rule. In Korea, newly liberated from Japan, a totalitarian communist regime assumed tight control over the northern portion of the country. The return of French military forces to Indo-China was met by communist-directed guerrilla warfare. In Greece, communist insurgents had begun open civil warfare for control of the country. Throughout the world, the designs of the new aggressor were becoming very clear. The West was warned of this growing danger by one of its great wartime leaders, Winston Churchill. At Fulton, Missouri in 1946, he said,
"From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an iron curtain has descended across the continent. Behind that line lie all the capitals of the ancient states of Central and Eastern Europe."
Before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, our own Secretary of State, George C. Marshall, proposed his program for combating the growing threat to Western Europe's economic stability.
Within its own resources, Europe cannot achieve, within a reasonable time, economic stability. The solution would be much easier, of course, if all the nations of Europe were cooperating, but they are not. Far from cooperating, the Soviet Union and the Communist parties have proclaimed their determined opposition to a plan for European economic recovery. Economic distress is to be employed to further political ends. There are many who accept the picture that I have just drawn, but who raise a further question. Why must the United States carry so great a load in helping Europe? The answer is simple. The United States is the only country in the world today which has the economic power and productivity to furnish the needed assistance. The 6 8/10 billion proposed for the first 15 months is less than a single month's charge of the war. To be quite clear, this unprecedented endeavor of the new world to help the old is neither sure nor easy. It is a calculated risk. It is a difficult program. And you know far better than I do the political difficulties involved in this program. But there's no doubt whatever in my mind that if we decide to do this thing, we can do it successfully.
His program became known as the Marshall Plan, which provided vast economic aid to the devastated countries. Soviet Russia's growing truculence in her dealings with the free world were danger signs which could not be ignored. Another great wartime leader, General Dwight D. Eisenhower, assumed command of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which became a formidable alliance of 15 free nations, joining their military forces for the first time in peace in an effort to prevent war, which in the past had been their first call to unity. Since the end of hostilities, West Berlin had become an island in a communist sea. General Lucius D. Clay, our military governor in West Berlin, sent a message to Washington on March 5, 1948, stating that, "For many months I have felt and held that war was unlikely. Within the last few weeks I have felt a subtle change in Soviet attitude, which I cannot define, but which gives me a feeling that it may come with dramatic suddenness." 3 weeks later, the world discovered what General Clay had sensed. Suddenly, on the 1st of April, 1948, all traffic into West Berlin was stopped by communist border guards. Not a truck or train carrying supplies to the beleaguered citizens of West Berlin was allowed to cross Soviet-controlled East Germany. It was the beginning of the Berlin blockade. With the Soviets attempting to starve the people of West Berlin into submission, American, British, and French air forces immediately began an unprecedented airlift to save the city. The Allies were determined to provide the citizens of West Berlin with food and supplies needed to sustain life. For 20 months, from April 1948 to September 1949, more than 2 million tons of supplies were airlifted into West Berlin. This around-the-clock airborne operation kept West Berlin alive and caused the communists to abandon their attempt to starve the city.
The determination shown by the United States and our allies in Berlin caused the Soviets to call off the blockade. Some 2 million people had been saved from communist tyranny. But we had little time in which to congratulate ourselves, for in the same month that saw the lifting of the Berlin blockade came news that the Soviet Union had exploded her first atomic bomb. The military strength of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization still existed largely on paper. The American divisions in West Germany were scattered in occupational and constabulary duties, as were our forces in Japan. And it was also in mid-1949 that the last American troops were withdrawn from an almost forgotten place called Korea. Our entire active army stood at 658,000 men. A noted philosopher once said that those who cannot learn from history are condemned to repeat it. We were learning that lesson fast, but there was still a lot more to learn. In the next episode of this special Big Picture series, we will see what happened a few months after the events you've just witnessed on that then little-known Asian peninsula of Korea. By the spring of 1950, only 5 short years after the last shots of World War II had been fired, the United States Army had been reduced to an active force of 600,000. A great number of these were scattered about the world on occupation duty. But the armed forces of the truculent communists, Soviet Russia and Red China, remained on a strong wartime footing and in belligerent posture. Aggression was soon to come. Americans would be fighting against tyranny for the 3rd time in 32 years. Korea, a crowded little finger of land, but of key importance to the free world in the Far East. What happened here opened the next major chapter in the history of the United States Army. The war began here, at the 38th parallel. Just how did this imaginary line become the fuse for a 3-year explosion? Before the Japanese surrender in World War II, we made an agreement with the Russians, who were then our allies. When surrender came on the Asian mainland, Russian troops would accept the surrender of Japanese forces north of the 38th parallel, and we would do the same south of it. The 38th parallel was chosen because it divides the Korean peninsula roughly in half. It was also agreed that free elections would be held, and the government of Korea returned to the Korean people. In August of 1948, free elections were held in South Korea, supervised by United Nations inspectors, establishing the Republic of Korea. 3 weeks later, communist-controlled elections in North Korea, from which UN inspectors were barred, established a communist regime and divided the Korean nation. Not long afterwards, the communists decided their moment for conquest had come.
In early summer 1950, life was good in the agricultural South. There was peace, time for living in the quiet, ancient way. Then suddenly, in the pre-dawn darkness of June 25th, 1950, South Koreans were jarred awake by a living nightmare. Unprovoked and unannounced, the communist latest war of conquest had begun. It was the beginning of World War III. It might have been if we had not taken immediate action. President Truman ordered our Navy and Air Force to provide cover and support to the Republic of Korea. In the United Nations, United States Delegate Warren Austin spoke for the indignant people of free nations everywhere.
The armed invasion of the Republic of Korea continues. The Republic of Korea has appealed to the United Nations for protection. I am proud to report that the United States is prepared to furnish assistance to the Republic of Korea.
4 days after the invasion began, the capital city of Seoul fell to the communists. Small elements of the United States Army were airlifted from Japan to help check the Red advance. They were greeted with cheers. But the cheering was soon forgotten. Our small forces found themselves greatly outnumbered by communist troops trained and equipped by the Russians. Our handful of troops fought a delaying action, buying precious time until reinforcements would arrive. We showed the communists that we had the will to fight aggression wherever and whenever it occurred. On July 10th, President Truman appointed General Douglas MacArthur Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations forces, which were beginning to assemble. For the outnumbered troops in the field, it was fight, pull back, and fight again. More United States forces arrived in Busan. Not nearly enough, but it was a beginning. Field commanders like General Walton H. Walker and General William F. Dean found their task was a grim one and all too familiar historically. A holding action with no time and too few men. But American military leadership had only recently been blooded and honed to professional keenness in a greater war. To reinforce and complement the top leaders was a hard corps of seasoned officers and enlisted men who had won their campaign ribbons on other fields of battle only 5 or 6 years before. Through July and August of 1950, our small forces were being pushed into a corner, the Busan perimeter. We rushed more troops from Japan. Again, we were faced with an emergency build-up to fighting strength. We drew on our citizen soldiers, reserves, and inductees. Within the year, our army would grow from 600,000 to more than 1.5 million men. Other United Nations forces began arriving in Korea. British troops of the Sutherland and Argyle Highlanders. The International Army was beginning to take shape. It was none too soon. Again, time was running out. The Naktong River provided a natural defense line around Pusan. It was here that the guts and stamina of the American soldier and his Republic of Korea allies and a protective wall of artillery fire held the communist forces at bay. The buildup of Allied strength was rapidly gaining momentum. Incheon, September 15, 1950. The United Nations suddenly took the offensive. General Douglas MacArthur, the Supreme Commander, had conceived this daring amphibious strike along the coast of the Yellow Sea, just west of Seoul. The Marine Landing Force secured Walmy Island in just 58 minutes. And pushed on into Incheon itself, kicking in the back door to the enemy's defenses. Additional Army forces poured in. Simultaneously, the breakout from the Pusan perimeter got underway in the south. In a week of heavy fighting, our forces drove 20 miles inland from Incheon to Seoul. More than 10,000 North Korean troops were dug in and waiting at every street corner with orders to fight to the death. The United Nations offensive rolled back the communist forces, sweeping northward past the 38th parallel. First, Kaesong fell. Then Wonsan on the east coast. Then Pyongyang, the North Korean capital itself. Psychological warfare played an important part. Loudspeaker messages, And safe conduct passes for North Korean troops inviting them to surrender met with striking success. Often, entire units stacked their weapons and awaited the arrival of UN forces. Our Army units pushed on toward the Yalu River, Korea's northernmost boundary. But there were signs of potential trouble ahead. Some of the prisoners taken in the north wore the quilted uniform of the communist Chinese army. November found elements of the 10th Corps on the frozen banks of the Yalu River. While they ate their Thanksgiving dinner, they could look across the river and see communist China. Victory seemed assured. There was talk of war's end by Christmas. But on the other side of the Yalu, Chinese armies were massing. A whole new war was about to begin. Late in November, two full Chinese field armies attacked across the Yalu, splitting UN forces and rolling them back. What President Truman had first called a police action had now become a major war. Our forces in the west pulled back to the south. Elements of the 1st Marine Division and the 7th Infantry Division, 10th Corps, along with Republic of Korea troops, cut off in the northeast, fought their way in sub-zero weather toward the port of Hungnam and evacuation by sea. "100,000 fighting men, and their machines were loaded onto waiting ships. More than 90,000 refugees fled from their homes in North Korea rather than live again under communist rule. We gave transportation to freedom to as many of them as we could. By sea, the massive withdrawal moved southward, toward ports where the units could land and regroup. In the west, elements of the 8th Army withdrew south of the 38th parallel. The Chinese forces followed up with their massive New Year's offensive. Thousands of Koreans choked the roads leading southward. They had seen communism in practice. Any hardship was preferable. Once again, Seoul changed hands as we pulled out, blowing up the bridges behind us. Far to the south, our units were regrouping. In late February, we made a fresh start, an operation General Ridgway graphically called Operation Killer. The Chinese armies held a staggering superiority of numbers, and Ridgway's intent was simple: cut down the odds. Operation Killer did just that. The enemy lost 10 men for every United Nations casualty. What had begun as an attempt to inflict heavy personnel losses on the enemy developed into a ground-gaining operation. On March 15th, Seoul again changed hands. South Korean troops entered the deserted streets unopposed. The enemy had pulled out to the north. But not for long. Spring brought with it still another crisis, another massive communist offensive. General Van Fleet fortified the city of Seoul, determined not to lose it again. The enemy came on in human waves, to be met by a storm of fire. They lost tens of thousands, but still they came on. And then suddenly, they faltered, broke, and started pulling back, pursued by our armor. Again, the communists had run afoul of two things: the immense firepower of the 8th Army and the principles of logistics. They were simply unable to supply a large force for a sustained offensive. June 2nd, 1951, again we crossed the 38th parallel, a badly battered enemy withdrawing before us. Soviet UN delegate Jacob Malik frankly proposed truce talks, suggesting that perhaps a ceasefire could be discussed. On July 10th, preliminary truce talks were opened in the red-held city of Kaesong. They were to drag on for 2 long years, while the bloodshed continued. The lines of the fighting front became virtually stabilized. After 12 days, the talks in Kaesong were deadlocked over the issue of a ceasefire line. Then the communists broke off the talks. In the fall, they were resumed at Panmunjom. The fighting continued. Materials were expended daily and nightly in prodigious amounts. Massive supply by air was a new military concept that came to full development in Korea. Airlift and airdrop techniques became a major means of supply in a large-scale combat situation. Winter 1952 found the talks at Panmunjom deadlocked over the principle of prisoner exchange. While back and forth along the twisted length of the main line of resistance raged the bitter hill battles. In March 1953, the communist world was shaken by the death of Joseph Stalin. His successor, Georgy Malyankov, launched what he termed a worldwide peace offensive. Its influence would soon be felt in Korea. Within a month, the communists suddenly took us up on our standing offer to exchange sick and wounded prisoners. This was Operation Little Switch. It indicated that a ceasefire might come soon. Battle-weary men listened for word that the shooting was to end. On July 27, 1953, at the UN base camp in Moonsani, General Mark Clark signed the ceasefire agreement. A few miles away, the communists did the same. By August 5th, Operation Big Switch was underway. Some 13,000 UN soldiers returned from Red prison camps. General William Dean, captured in the battle for Tejon early in the war, returned with his thousands of comrades in arms. It was then that the world image of communism received a telling blow. For 2/3 of the Chinese prisoners refused to return to Red China, and 35,000 North Koreans decided they'd rather live in South Korea. An armistice, however, is only a ceasefire, not peace. And in this divided nation, the need is for constant watchfulness. Unending preparedness still remains and may continue for years to come. This is true anywhere on earth where people face an aggressor.
The communists had miscalculated in Korea. They could not bring themselves to believe that we would spend so much of materiel and of effort and of pain so far from home. That lesson was an important one for all concerned. Once again, the United States Army, the American soldier, had stood foremost in a massive military force on foreign soil, but not for conquest. As the years passed, we began to see that our preparedness would have to be large-scale, constant, flexible, and adaptable. They were to be years of menace, bringing into being a new phrase, the Cold War.
As World War II had spread around the earth until it became all-out global war, so the Cold War in the late 1950s and early 60s became a danger period of ever-increasing tensions that were worldwide. In West Germany, United States Army troops patrolled the border, the Iron Curtain that divided the communist world from the free West. Khrushchev threatened that communist East Germany would soon take control of the Allies' supply lines into West Berlin. The same kind of action which once before had threatened death to that free city during the Berlin blockade. Refugees from East Germany fled to West Berlin by the thousands. Half a world away in Korea, American soldiers continued to stand guard at the demilitarized zone on the 38th parallel, where an uneasy truce dragged on interminably. The Cold War had its hot spots. From the mainland, Red China shelled the offshore island of Quemoy, held by nationalist China. In Tibet, a revolt against Chinese communist control was crushed by force. Hordes of refugees fled to India to escape the Red Terror. In Southeast Asia, communist guerrilla forces set out to conquer the new nations of Laos and South Vietnam. In our own hemisphere, a Cuban revolutionary betrayed his own revolution to become part of the international communist threat to world peace. Thousands of freedom-loving Cubans fled their homeland. Without provocation and without warning, Red China attacked neutralist and militarily weak India in an aggressive drive for territory. Such were the Cold War and the hot Little War years of the late 1950s and early 1960s, making very clear the purpose and designs of a new generation of aggressors. During the late 1950s and early 60s, the combat readiness of the United States Army had to be one of great versatility. Along with the rest of our military establishment, the Navy, Marine Corps, and Air Force, the Army served as a potent part of a massive deterring force to prevent the big Cold War from suddenly becoming a big, hot nuclear war. The Army had to have the capability of fighting conventional wars as well as little unconventional wars created by communist-inspired subversion, insurgency, and guerrilla activities. So-called nasty little wars of long duration, such as were occurring in the jungles, swamps, and rice paddies of Southeast Asia. The Army's responsibilities included not only the immediate defense of the United States, but its readiness to meet our obligations as a member of the United Nations, NATO, the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, and other alliances, if called upon to take action along with Allied forces to maintain or restore the peace, to meet overt acts of aggression, as we had been called upon to do in Korea. In the 40 or more years since World War I, we had learned a hard lesson. That one trouble spot anywhere in the world, like the proverbial rotten apple in a barrel,
could infect the rest of the world and us. We had paid with our lives, our blood, our energy, and our resources to learn that lesson. The important thing is that we had learned it. It had taken time for the aggressor to learn his lesson, too. That a new, strong, and ready armed force had come into being, not for conquest, but as a potent force to help deter aggression, however uneasy the peace, and to work for the freedom of men who would be free everywhere. The United States Army.
Ready military strength. This was something the aggressors understood and respected. You are witnessing the review of an entire United States Army armored division, a part of our ready forces in West Germany, only a small part of an active army of 870,000, 40% of whom were serving overseas. In all, a combat-ready fighting force of 16 divisions, with a reserve backup of 29 combat divisions. A formidable arm of defense, a deterring force to discourage any aggressor from rash military adventures. Complementing these forces in West Germany was a growing inventory of Army missiles designed to give flexibility of firepower to Western Europe's defense. The Hawk, Nike Ajax, the Sergeant, the Nike Hercules, at missile sites throughout Western Europe, a 24-hour operation is maintained with frequent day and night alerts to ensure operational readiness. The Army's arsenal of missiles emphasizes how far it has come since the last weapon was fired in World War II. Here is one more reason why an aggressor would pause before unleashing conventional war. But a military organization designed solely to fight so-called conventional wars is not geared to fight the kind of unconventional warfare that had broken out in the jungles, swamps, and rice paddies of Southeast Asia and could erupt elsewhere at any moment. This was the threat that confronted our nation.
We are faced with a clear and one-sided threat of a change in the internationally agreed position of Laos. This threat runs counter to the will of the Laotian people, who wish only to be independent and neutral. It is posed rather by the military operations of internal dissident elements directed from outside the country. This is what must end if peace is to be achieved in Southeast Asia.
The situation was no better in neighboring Vietnam. Communist-controlled North Vietnam, in violation of its 1954 Geneva Agreement, was using the same guerrilla tactics against South Vietnam. The United States not only increased its flow of weapons and equipment to Southeast Asia, but sent military advisors as well. Among them were men of the Army's Special Forces, specialists in counterinsurgency and guerrilla warfare, to aid in increasing the combat effectiveness of the pro-West forces in their struggle against the communists. Tensions continued unremittingly throughout the world. Cuba had become a rigidly policed totalitarian state. Execution was the bloody answer to opposition. To Cuba now came Russian technicians who arrived to make sure their newest satellite would rapidly become a Soviet-dominated stronghold only 90 miles from the shores of the United States. The Red Chinese were there too, to disseminate their own particular variety of communist doctrine. Cuba was now a base for international communism in the Western Hemisphere. Thousands of freedom-loving Cubans who had fled the Castro police state vowed to return and reclaim their homeland from the communist spoilers. Many gave their lives in an heroic but disastrous attempt to do so. More than 1,000 of the invasion forces were taken prisoner. They were submitted to long lectures by a triumphant Fidel Castro. In a 3.5-hour May Day speech, Castro gloated over his victory and told the world that Cuba was now a socialist nation and would hold no more elections. The next day, the United States officially proclaimed Cuba to be a communist satellite state. Crisis followed crisis. Khrushchev threatened that Russia would sign a separate peace treaty with East Germany, a Soviet creation which the West refused to recognize. Refugees from East Germany poured into West Berlin, fearing that the few remaining escape exits would soon be blocked. Their fears would be justified. In West Berlin, our army units were ready and alert to the dangers that a separate Russian treaty with East Germany might bring. World attention again focused on Berlin. Our troops there were training in mock riot control exercises. American soldiers, playing the part of would-be agitators, were confronted by specially trained troops employing riot control techniques. Simulated tear gas was also employed in the civil disturbance test. In faraway Laos, the situation was still tense. At Geneva, representatives of 14 nations met, seeking a solution to the Laos problem. The conference ended in an East-West deadlock. Tensions were increased, not lessened. Reviewing the critical state of affairs throughout the world, President John F. Kennedy, in May 1961, asked Congress for additional funds to meet our worldwide defense commitments. Khrushchev, along with other communist strategists, continued the bellicose threats. The stream of refugees from East Germany increased to more than 2,000 a day. Since 1945, nearly 4 million East Germans had fled from communism to a haven in the West. But on the 13th of August, 1961, virtually all escape was suddenly cut off. The Berlin Wall. Here was a new symbol of communist ruthlessness. Overnight, East Berlin became a concentration camp, sealing in the inhabitants of that sector. Barbed wire and cement were the answers to the refugee problem. The wall was a sudden and forceful intrusion into the lives of people caught on both sides of this grotesque barrier. There were desperate attempts to escape. A few East Germans made it. Others did not. This was communism's ruthless answer to those who sought freedom. Our military posture demonstrated our resolution. We strengthened our forces in beleaguered West Berlin. Proposals and counter-proposals between East and West for a Berlin solution continued, but the stalemate and the tension persisted. Demands and counter-demands brought United States and Russian armor gunpoint to gunpoint across the east-west dividing line in Berlin in a dangerous confrontation which needed only a spark to ignite the powder keg of open warfare. In this explosive situation, the American soldier gave one of his finest demonstrations of discipline and cool courage. This was his business, and he was conducting it and himself extremely well. He was there to keep the peace, but he was prepared to fight if he must. With the Berlin crisis reaching a boiling point, the combined armed forces of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization were brought to a high state of readiness. The fighting team of the NATO countries, ground, sea, and air, symbolized the collective strength of Western Europe's defense. The Allied stand in Berlin and the might of these NATO forces throughout Europe once again gave the Russians cause for second thought. In October 1961, Russia's Khrushchev withdrew his end-of-the-year deadline for signing a separate peace treaty with East Germany. But it was only a slight pause in the communists' game of strategic irritation. In Southeast Asia, communist-inspired subversion was unrelenting. South Vietnam looked to others for assistance in stemming North Vietnamese aggression. Military and technical assistance was offered to South Vietnam in a determined effort to thwart this communist drive for conquest. In South Vietnam, flushing out the communist Viet Cong meant moving fast, locating the area of enemy operation, and taking action to deny him any foothold. South Vietnamese soldiers were trained by our military advisors in the latest techniques of helicopter movement. The South Vietnamese were resolved to resist communist aggression. To do less would have meant complete communist takeover. In troubled Laos, a new but relatively unstable government took over. For little Laos, the future was uncertain. as was the future of big but militarily weak India. Communist China, having overpowered peaceful Tibet, now attacked India along the Tibetan border without warning. Neutral India was rudely awakened. She too was vulnerable to communist aggression. The people of India were quick to respond. Her young men answered the call to the colors. Her women assisted in the emergency by helping to finance the country's defense effort. The Red Chinese forces ceased fire, but remained belligerently poised on India's doorstep, still making territorial demands of this peace-loving neighbor. This was the state of the world in the early 1960s. Threats of big war, little wars raging. If any Americans remained complacent, they were in for a shock. The communist world was demonstrating its collective image of belligerence, power, and solidarity. The world was moving toward a new crisis. Our Secretary of Defense spoke to the nation about the grim details. Russia's men in Havana, Soviet military technicians, had done their work well. Our reconnaissance planes over Cuba had photographed Russian missiles pointed our way from nearly completed bases only 90 miles off the Florida coast. Missiles that would be fully operational within a few days. Time could be running out. The date, October 22nd, 1962.
Good evening, my fellow citizens. This government, as promised, has maintained the closest surveillance of the Soviet military buildup on the island of Cuba. Within the past week, unmistakable evidence has established the fact that a series of offensive missile sites is now in preparation on that imprisoned island.
I have directed that the following initial steps be taken immediately. To halt this offensive buildup, a strict quarantine on all offensive military equipment under shipment to Cuba is being initiated. All ships of any kind bound to Cuba, from whatever nation or port, where they're found to contain cargoes of offensive weapons, be turned back. This quarantine will be extended, if needed, to other types of cargo and carriers.
The Cuban Missile Crisis tested the combat readiness of our entire defense establishment. The Army stood poised, ready to respond. Our Air Force tracked the progress of the more than 20 Soviet ships heading toward Cuba. If Russia chose to send these ships carrying weapons of offensive war through the quarantine, our response would be automatic. They would be sunk. That was the clear and concise ultimatum given Russia by the President of the United States. The most dangerous crisis in the Cold War years had focused the entire world's attention upon our military strength. The leadership of our Army, Air Force, and Navy had been given the awesome responsibility of meeting the aggressor's bold move within our own hemisphere. That move was checked by our resolute action and by the fact that we now knew well through past experience that weakness is a certain invitation for the aggressor to attack. This time, we were prepared.
We know now that the Soviet ships carrying weapons of offensive war turned back, and that the Russian missiles were removed by the Soviets when the President of the United States made it clear that if they did not remove the missiles, we would take action to do so. The Cuban situation itself was not resolved, but an hour of great peril had passed without nuclear holocaust. Again, two things had become apparent. The aggressor would go as far as he could, to the very brink of war, if he was allowed to get away with his aggressive acts. And second, that only the will to fight, backed up by a strong, ready, modern fighting force, could deter him from his designs for conquest.